Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the Council of Ministers, good afternoon and welcome back to this public meeting of Parliament, public meeting number 9, as we continue from yesterday when the meeting was started with 4 agenda points, the last one being the handling of the draft budget 2025. Members of Parliament, we continue with the speakers list for this meeting. I do not have any other person signing in at this time to speak. Note, members, that unless you sign the speakers list, you will not be in the set of signing. I assume that there is no need for members of Parliament other members of Parliament to follow on the speakers list. I see MP Roseberg making her way, so I will just await as MP Roseberg will affix her signature to the speakers list. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed day to the Council of Ministers, my dear colleagues, the public in the Tribune, and the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Thank you. Kotai. What I, for now, would like to bring forward, Madam Chair, through you, to the Council, I have reviewed and also study the different presentations. It's nice to see that there are different priorities scheduled within the Council of Ministers. What I am personally looking at is seeing that there are different legislative priorities scheduled, and in the CC meeting I have brought it forward. My questions were very much focused on what are the priorities of the Council and in what way will we reach to those priorities, because I do believe that legislative-wise we can achieve a lot, but seeing that there is a record of legislative lawyers, that we need to look into how can we make sure that we can reach to the amount of legislative lawyers that we need, so that the different presentations and the legislative priorities that have been presented, that we can make sure that those priorities will be executed in the time frame that we would like it to be executed. Because too often we have seen in the past that there are different legislation brought forward, but because of not having the capacity within the different departments, it can unnecessary delay. So what I'm personally looking at is to how we can make sure that within the kingdom, if we don't have it here within on St. Maarten, that we can look to different measures in making sure that we can make sure that the legislative priorities can really take place, because I've seen a lot of initiatives being brought forward by the Council, which legislative-wise need to be executed. So therefore, I'm happy to see that the Prime Minister also brought forward that it is a priority to work on creating and making sure that we have those legislative lawyers on St. Maarten, and I do believe that that should continue being a priority, and that we as Parliament also need to make sure that that remains a priority for the Council, because without having those legislative attorneys in place, we cannot work further in executing what we have presented in the different presentations. That's what I would like to say for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I ask if there are any other members of Parliament who would like to speak at this time, so that I don't inadvertently close the round. I now give the floor to MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Good afternoon to Good afternoon to my fellow colleagues. Good afternoon to the Honorary Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. Madam Chair, I would like to hold my comments for round two. That'll be all.
There is no other speaker on the list of speakers, and I would therefore have to What are the signals that I'm getting? So MP Otley is indicating that MP Lewis is desirous of speaking, and that will, I hope, be confirmed by MP Lewis signing the speakers list. Yes. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Prime Minister, the honorable members of the Council of Ministers, my honorable colleagues, those in the tribune, and the listening and viewing public of St. Martin. Questions for the Prime Minister and the Minister of General Affairs, through you, Madam Chair. Could you please provide an update on the status of the reinstatement of civil servants who was elected in the House of Parliament that were placed on an active status following the conclusion of the parliamentary term on February 10, 2024 and September 19, 2024? As stipulated in Article 2.3 of the Bijzonder section under onbetaald verlof, failure to comply with the obligations outlined in the decision is considered a unilateral breach of employment relationship which may result in dismissal under Article 101 of the LMR. If it's not clear, Prime Minister, I'm talking about individuals who are parliamentarians who are also civil servants. What is their status at this moment? As civil servant, they are supposed to return immediate to work. I also have some questions regarding the engagement of services of the former head of P&O, who was hired according to the information gathered in 2023 to manage P&O department until August 2024. What was the monthly compensation of the former head of P&O? Because I would like clarity on the rumor that this person was compensated or earned 33,000 guilders per month. Can you confirm if this information is accurate or not? What was this person hired to do? And what goals did they achieve during their term with government? Why was there no budget to recruit much needed staff, but there was funding to hire a consultant with reportedly limited contributions to the organization? Besides the salary of the individual, did they receive other benefits like flights, car rental, hotel, or housing accommodations? How many hours per month was this person in question contracted to work? Where did the budget for this type of consultancy came from? And how was it compensated within the organization's overall financial framework? What was the rationale behind hiring such an exorbitantly priced consultant to manage the P&O department? Did their gold standard approach deliver measurable improvement to the revolutionary changes within the P&O department and the organization as a whole, as should be expected with such a price tag? Was their project timeline or plan outlining the task and deliverables? If so, could you share this timeline? Additionally, were minutes or progress reports taken during meetings to elevate their work and track accommodations? If not, why were there no records kept? Through you, Madam Chair, questions to the Minister of TIAT. One of my main concerns is the current state of the benches on our main street, which experiences heavy tourist traffic. These benches are increasingly being used by store merchants to hang their mats or many other wet objects to dry. As I walked through just yesterday, I noticed that many of these benches, especially those placed lower downtown, are broken into pieces and can no longer serve the intended purpose. Instead, they have become an eyesore on the already deteriorating streets of Phillipsburg. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I am curious to know if you are in contact with a contractor or any other companies responsible for the maintaining of these benches. Furthermore, is there a plan in place to collect and repair the broken pieces when they are observed in such a deteriorating state? Additionally, is spraying or painting of these benches part of the initiative for the beautification of Phillipsburg? Questions through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of TIAT. I am curious to know how many and what type of business licenses has been issued in 2024. So from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, by category, how many has been issued? So for instance, how many business licenses, director licenses, sole proprietor licenses, and operational licenses, etc.? How many, and it can be by week, month, or quarterly, it doesn't matter. And from those licenses issued, what did government receive in fees And what can government expect to receive in 2025 on fees from those licenses? As I mentioned before, I am asking both ministers, as I am not sure who I can ask this question. How much does BTP owe government? What is the current status of the SXM form? Have we succeeded in bringing it up to standard? Many individuals, particularly tourists, still seem uncertain about its requirement, and it is unclear whether the form is mandatory. What is the government's role and the financial responsibility regarding the management and the maintenance of this platform? What is the Ministry of TIAD doing to promote the vendors at the marketplace, seeing its current situation? The vendors also seem lost as to what is going on. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I have spoken to some of the merchants on the front street and the back street, and few have indicated that business was at its lowest ever been in December 2024. What is the minister, through you, Madam Chair, is doing to bring back life to the economic growth of Phillipsburg? Through you, Madam Chair, question to the Minister of Finance. In conjunction with the inquiry to the Minister of TIAT regarding the issuance of business licenses, what did government receive in fees from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024? And what is government expected to receive in the fees from business licenses in 2025? Has the ministry ever considered expanding the list of TOT exempt products to match that of those on the maximum price list? Through you, Madam Chair, questions to the Minister of Romy. In what ways does the ministry intend to integrate environmental protection and responsible use of natural resources into the core policy areas? How does the minister plan to ensure that the operation and services provided by the Ministry of Romy remain consistent, effective, efficient, and transparent? What steps are being taken to ensure that the housing is available for different income classes? And how will these policies be implemented? What steps are being taken to establish a sustainable waste management system with effective recycling and reuse? How does the ministry plan to improve wastewater disposal systems to prevent environmental pollution and ensure public health? What measures are in place to ensure compliance with environmental regulation standards and values? What plans does the Minister of Romy, through you, Madam Chair, for educating Romy staff on the new legislation? Approximately 18 million USD has been allocated for land acquisition. Could you provide more specifics on which ministries will receive this funding and projects it will support? What is the timeline for the land acquisition projects? How will these land acquisition contribute to the long-term development goals, such as housing and infrastructure? How much is the value of all business permits that currently pending for approval and execution? What is the possibility to have a drag strip developed in St. Maarten with the location preferred on the Ring Road? Are you aware, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, of the running water, be it sewage or clean water, from the prison through the yards of residents in the Back Bay of Point Blanche? What steps will be taken to remedy the garbage situation plaguing our beautiful country? What solutions is being put in place for the landfill known as our dump? Are we really looking into waste to energy, seeing the mountain that is growing? As we know that that mountain did not erect by itself, as that was our beautiful salt pond. Questions to the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor. Through you, Madam Chair, what progress has been made in certifying ambulance personnel according to the CZO standards? When will the automated priority dispatch system be fully implemented, and how will it improve the emergency response? What is the current status of the new strategic personnel and formation plans for the ambulance services? Can the minister explain how the ministry is working to meet international healthcare standards, such as those set by the PAHO and the CARFA? What is the timeline for setting up the port health structure, and how will it enhance public health services? How is the ministry preparing for disaster resilience, and what were the outcomes of recent ESF 6 disaster exercises? What are the ministry's plans to improve inspection for health, pharmaceuticals, and wholesale services? What steps are being taken to ensure the timely renewal of memberships with international health organizations like PAHO, the CARFA, and the DCHA? Can the minister provide an update on the social mapping activities in St. Peter's? What are the ministry's plans for evaluating the effectiveness of workshops on financial budgeting and self-esteem? What has been the outcome of the previous ESF 7 disaster exercise, and how will future exercises improve disaster resilience? How will the disaster risk reduction, training, and shelter management program benefit civil servants and volunteers? What criteria are used to prioritize beneficiaries for the housing repair and temporary shelter programs? Minister Brugge, through you, Madam Chair, can you provide an update on the government's current initiatives aimed in improving the quality of life for the senior citizens of St. Maarten? Are there any new or existing social support programs specifically designed to assist elderly citizens in the need of financial or social assistance? If so, could you elaborate on their effectiveness? Can you update the Parliament on the availability and conditions of retirement homes or elderly care facilities on the island? Are there plans to expand these services to meet the growing demand? Given the rising cost of living in St. Maarten, what measures are being taken to ensure that seniors can afford adequate housing, particularly those that are living off of their pension? What efforts are being made to encourage senior citizens' participation in community activities and ensure that they remain actively engaged in social life? On our overall financial standard of senior citizens, what is the ministry's plan to give a living wage to senior citizens based on a plafond? What will be a living wage for senior citizens? As senior citizens in this country, some are collecting 170-something guilders, 100 and something guilders, some may be collecting 1,000, some collecting 700 guilders. That is not a living wage for anyone, be it a senior or not, in this country. Through you, Madam Chair, I have questions for the Minister of Justice. What immediate actions is the Ministry of Justice implementing to curb the rise in criminal activities particularly violent crimes such as shootings and robberies? Are there any special operation or task forces in place to address these concerns? One of the key challenges in reducing crime is building trust between law enforcement and community. How is your ministry enhancing community policing efforts? And what initiatives are being introduced to foster better relationships with the public? The effectiveness of law enforcement heavily depends on the proper training and resources. How is the Ministry of Justice ensuring that the police officers or justice workers on a whole are well trained, equipped, prepared to deal with the rise in crime rates and evolving challenges? The quality of life for our law enforcement officers is crucial for their well-being and effectiveness. What improvements are being made to their working conditions, including mental health, support, workload management, and overall morale? Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to bring to your attention a matter that has been growing concern for many of the constituents, and one that I personally been receiving numerous calls and messages about, is the issues pertaining to the ongoing backlog in the immigration application, specifically concerning as well the humanitarian process. Many applicants who have gone through their interviews during my tenure as Minister of Justice and have received positive outcomes are still waiting for an update on their status. This delay has created uncertainty and frustration among those who have been waiting for what seems like an indefinite period. Despite meeting all the necessary requirements, Minister of Justice, we have laws and regulations in this country. The turnaround time for applicants at the immigration office is within 4 months. I do understand the understaffing, but there was a shift after I left where I saw a memo of certain people that were shifted and put into positions in order to make this thing better. You are in office now for more than a month, and these civil servants are not working. Particularly the first one on that list. I will not call the name, but you can review that memo. That person asked me to place them in that position. But when they were working, I did not see any effective working habits or ethics to push these applications while they were in the position that they were in. And today, after I saw the sabotage against the people of this country, be it illegal or legal, or those that have recurrent applications are being turned down. Minister, we are here talking about the budget of this country, and St. Maarten needs to know where the money is going to come from. These monies can come from those applications. The Justice Ministry can be a very lucrative ministry and not a liability on the people of this country. I am begging that you sort out your work, sort out these individuals that are undermining this ministry and stopping it from making the money that it needs. Because the same 44 point something million that is needed to pay the justice workers does not come forth in this budget. And I'm saying the burden is going to come from where? I am seeing that in the Netherlands, we are saying we want to swap this, we want to swap that, but what is going on with the payment for the justice workers? How we as government officials, as parliament, as government is taking it serious on paying out these justice workers. Every time a government change, there is always a setback. There's always a setback in the case that a new minister has to review policies, have to understand the policies, and have to see where we're going to get this money from. I am saying today There are many things within the immigration department that is being halted, that mandate and power is given to certain civil servants that are holding back the people's life in this country. Applications in no way can be from 2022 and 2023. People are still waiting an answer on their application. And that you have individuals who does not understand their role is to advise a minister, not decide on behalf of a minister. Because today I still have to deal as a representative of this country, take calls at all type of hours and hear people crying about their status in this country because they are not getting an answer from the Minister of Justice, and particularly the individuals that are put in place to handle these, to alleviate that on you, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, are doing what they want in office. It is criminal, not only to the people of this country, but to our economy. And this is the right platform that I say this because we are elaborating on the budget of St. Maarten. So through you, Madam Chair, Minister, you have some homework to do. Like I said, we can sit and we can discuss this situation because certain people that are being promoted and put in position should not be there as they are holding back the people in this country. And the lucrativeness that can come from within the department is put on an absolute hold because of certain grievances.
Minister, I ask you to hold your last sentence there a moment as I see, as I get an indication that interruption is being requested by MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you may proceed with your interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing the different questions that are being brought forward by my colleague MP, I want to, through you, Madam Chair, inform the Minister that in regards to several of those questions, and then specifically the community policing and the community project in regards to safety, there is currently a policy for a few weeks, months on the desk of the Ministry of Justice. So I would like to ask the Minister of Justice to take a look at that policy that is tackling in regards to the community safety on St. Maarten. So that policy through Parliament has been submitted by myself. That's all.
Thank you, MP Roseburg, for your comment via the interruption possibility, and I now invite the the Member of Parliament, MP Lewis, to continue. MP Lewis.
So the situation has now reached to a point where it's becoming increasingly devastating for these individuals and their lives who are left in limbo without any clear timeline or indication when these applications will be processed and resolved. Minister, could you explain the root causes of the current backlog in the immigration applications, particularly, as I said, with the humanitarian process, and why applicants who have received positive outcomes are still awaiting an update on the status? What measures is your administration taking to ensure that applicants who have undergone their interview and received a positive outcome are promptly updated on their status? And can you provide an estimated timeline for when they will receive final decisions? Can you elaborate on the system currently in place to handle immigration applications and how it is designed to address the current backlog to expedite the processing of applications, especially for those in the humanitarian queue? What specific steps is your ministry taking to clear the existing backlog of the immigration applications? And are there any additional resources or personnel being allocated to speed up this process? How does your administration plan to improve, through you, Madam Chair, the communication with the applicants regarding their status, particularly those who have been waiting for extended periods? Will there be more transparency in the process to keep applicants informed? What support systems are being put in place for applicants and their families who are facing hardships due to the prolonged wait lines? And are there any interim measures to address their need while they await final decisions? What is the current immigration backlog for employees and directorship positions, considering that the wage tax is our largest revenue stream as indicated by finance? How are we coordinating with VSR, the Labor Department, to prioritize immigration cases that has significantly contribute to the wage tax revenue and address labor market deficits? Additionally, what measures are being taken to align with the labor market needs and effectively tackle skill shortages? Minister, I would like to go back on a topic with the back pay of the justice workers. I find that should be one of our priorities on a whole for the Council of Ministers, as it has to be discussed in the Council of Ministers. We don't have time to pay the justice workers anymore over a period of time. In saying so, I know of 2 instances where 2 police classes, for example, an agreement was made that they will receive a tranche every year on a particular month at a particular time. However, those times reached, and those individuals have to be knocking on the door over and over for their monies. The security, the safety and security of this country should be our greatest priority. If we can find how the Netherlands can assist us in paying off all other debts, it should be a discussion that 44 point something million guilders be amended in this budget or in the 2025 budget to pay the justice workers. It is important and it is imperative that it gets done. These officers are already using their own monies to buy uniforms, to buy shoes, to buy different equipments. So I think the best thing that our government can do right now is find the money to pay off this debt. We cannot wait for 10 years. Government are continuously changing, and every single minister have their way of working and understanding their ministry. So please, Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to hear something about that 44 point something million that is due to the justice workers and how we can get it paid off. Not over a period of time, but paid off as soon as possible. I am a justice worker that is currently on a leave of absence, and I too am also owed by the Ministry of Justice, along with my other colleagues that I have to hear them on Sundays and Saturdays where I cannot enjoy an off day of their money. So yes, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, you all have to caucus and see what we can do to get this done. However, we also have, this is also for the Minister, the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair of General Affairs, the upkeep of the facilities in justice. The facilities in justice are at a deplorable state. I have seen the Simpson Bay Police Station, I've seen the Phillipsburg Police Station, I've seen the Point Blanche Prison. We all know the project is supposed to be ongoing for UNOPS, but what is going on with the monies that BZK said they were going to send? Did we receive that money to fix the police cells in Phillipsburg, the holding cells? And I would like to know the progress on the maintenance of the police cells, because as I was aware that they were also leaking water in the holding cells at the Phillipsburg outpost. In conclusion, at this time, these questions stem from the serious concern raised by the community, not only based on my study. And I strongly urge your ministry to address these issues with the utmost urgency and transparency. The safety and well-being of students and staff must be our top priority. It is essential that investigations also be carried out. In every possible way But before concluding, I still have some questions for the Minister of Education. To you, Madam Chair. I raise today to address the number of critical concerns regarding the ongoing situation at the school, particularly surrounding the manager in question. And this is at Puya, the Prince William Alexander School. As we all know, education is a fundamental pillar of our society. And the well-being of our students must always be at the forefront of any investigation or decision-making process. I have received multiple reports and concerns from parents, teachers, and staff members at school, and I feel it is necessary to raise these questions on behalf of those who are directly affected. These concerns not only affect the morale of the staff, but also the safety and well-being of the students under the care of the manager in question. To you, Madam Chair, I've also saw some statements and reports from the current Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports that basically stated that nothing was done with the Ministry of Education for the past 4 years and 6 months. As the former acting Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, that statement touched me because the current Minister of Education is my successor. I am one of those parliamentarians that are standing today that has 2 successors. And I would like no one to disrespect the work that I have done and put in for those hard 6 to 7 months. But the situation as PWAS has my attention, and it always did. Because the individual, when I came into office, I tackled the situation at once. I sat with the individuals at once. I sat with unions at once. How is it possible? Because we are talking about not only the lives of our children, but also the St. Martiners that went away and studied and came back to our country in order to work for their people, to contribute back to our people. And as an individual that knows about victimization in the management of PWAS is on a whole other level. And I want the Minister, to you, Madam Chair, to understand that a priority in initiating an investigation is very important as it destroys individuals over and over, and especially young individuals that are just in their 30s, young 30s. We all who all knows about this situation at PWAS knows about the nepotism of the minister before me and the school manager. And therefore it continued, and this minister addressed it because of the family relations between the former minister before me and the manager of PWAS. It was important to hear the perspective to me before inquiring on the investigation. As a former detective, I would say, when you're going to investigate a matter, you have to hear the individuals in question before making a decision. And that's what I did. I heard individuals, and as a minister, as a leader, it is imperative that we make decisions and also just decisions on the part of individuals and not try to disrespect in any other form a predecessor. Considering that we are already in the 2nd week of January, when exactly will the investigation into these allegations commence? It is important for both staff and parents to know when this matter will be addressed. Why was the individual never called in to be questioned after receiving accusations from their colleagues? Should a proper investigation involve questioning all relevant parties as soon as possible? Why was the accusation report never given to the manager, especially since the allegations were directly related to them? How can an investigation proceed without the accused being properly informed and the accusations against them? Why weren't the teacher, assistant who made the accusation against the manager called in by the Department of Public Education for an investigation? It is important to verify these claims in order to ensure an objective and thorough investigation. How is that student, all 63 students of them at the school, have never complained about being mistreated by the manager? Is it not concerning that no students have come forward to report such behavior? Minister, through you, Madam Chair, being close to the students generally means fostering a positive relationship where students feel comfortable communicating with their teacher or manager. How does a manager closeness with the students suddenly translate into accusations of abuse? Shouldn't we question the sudden shift in these allegations? In saying so, the interim manager, the former interim manager, as the decision was retracted by the previous acting minister of education, says one thing. Someone is working in a position for over 2 years, and all of a sudden, situations are being arisen about one's character, one's behavior. When was these accusations take place? Was it during the whole 2 years? Or just as the recent former minister, being my person, took office? That was addressed and handled. When someone comes to a minister or anybody, because a report was written by the White and Yellow Cross, which I have also taken note of the White and Yellow Cross. And my question would be, why was the White and Yellow Cross, through you, Madam Chair, why were they part of this investigation? Why did the White and Yellow Cross have anything to write about the situation at the PWAS? Because I have also investigated that the White and Yellow Cross has a board. The White and Yellow Cross has a board. And one of the members on the board of the White and Yellow Cross is directly related to the current Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. So it queries my judgment. Is it an investigation or is it victimization?
MP Lewis, just one moment, please, as I take note of the request for an interruption by MP Peterson, to whom I now give the floor for an interruption.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I believe that the Speaker is referring to the father of a sitting minister, and I would request the Speaker to refrain from referring to persons that are not here to defend themselves. That'll be all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson, for your interruption, and I now invite the MP Lewis, to continue.
Again, Minister, I was very clear with every single question, also to the questions posed to the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, which I clearly never mentioned anyone's name. But however, the MP now chose to stand up and interrupt and let everyone knows in this country who I'm actually speaking about. Again, my question to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, someone that has years of experience in investigation, does not make abrupt decisions. Especially when I just stated a crucial letter came in from the White and Yellow Cross, and I question that documentation as directly affiliation with the current Minister of Education. In concluding these questions, concerns raised by the community, and as a representative in this country, I will make my statements clear and blunt, be it part of a coalition or be it in opposition. It is important that the truth be told on this floor of Parliament. It is important to query these things as it also has financial implications for the individual. I need to know what is going on within each portfolio within our government, because it's 15 of us inside of here that represents everyone in this country. With that, I conclude my statements, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And now I believe I have reached, no, I have not reached the end of my speakers list, as I have MP York, who wishes to take the floor on the topic of the draft budget 2025. MP York, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. Good afternoon to my esteemed colleagues and to those listening and viewing online. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to start off with some positivity today. And I would like to thank the coalition for finally submitting their coalition accord. It was something that I've been requesting from the time I swore in, and I felt it wasn't being paid much attention. And thankfully, after a conversation with the new MPs, Waver and La Vega, we finally received the coalition accord. So thank you for that. After perusing the accord, I had some questions, but after speaking with some MPs of the coalition, they answered them, and thank you for submitting that. Now, with that being said, I will be asking some questions today, and I'm not going ministry for ministry. I'm going to try to, but a lot of things are intertwined with one another. So please bear with me and pay attention, please. So one thing that, I grew up, was taught as I grew up, or growing up in St. Maarten, was at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what title we carry, what job we do, how much money we have in the bank, how much assets we have. At the end of the day, all we have is our name and our word. Your word is not just a promise, but also things that you say. They can come back to haunt you sometimes. So as I speak about the budget today, I will be taking a step back to see what was said and a step forward to see what is done, seeing that is only fair. I posed a lot of questions during the Central Committee meeting, questions that I won't be copy-pasting and asking again, but I will be delving deeper into the answers that were given. Some answers which I received yesterday evening. I'll start off with the Ministry of Finance. Minister Gums, your presentation was quite clear. However, I still didn't get an indication of, it seems like you're planning to plan, right? Through you, Madam Chair. Still getting used to it, don't worry, we'll get there. So through you, Madam Chair, it seems like the minister is still planning to plan, but I'm not seeing a clear vision, because a lot of the plans that the minister, through you, Madam Chair, alluded to, I'm not seeing it like, it's not time-based. It's like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, but I'm not getting a clear indication of when. I understand preliminary studies have to be done, but I'm not getting a clear indication. Will it be done in 2025? Will it roll over 2026? Because if the minister talks about tax reform, and then at the same time she says, okay, I think it should go down to 15%, I think everybody would want, like, hey, when is this going to happen? You know, so things said, I think we need to add tentative timelines for people to get a better idea of what to expect. Especially in the CC, I refer to a lot of taxes that I would have expected to see in the presentation. I didn't see them. Maybe it's a plan for 2026 or 2027. I would like to know, seeing that maybe there are other things that needs to get done before the minister could get to those things. I would like to know on things like relief for the pensioners. When does the minister plan on putting that on her list? Is that something imminent? Is it something for 2026? Is that something that still has to be discussed within the coalition? Also, the minister mentioned retracting of outdated taxes. Now that's although it's just three words, I think a lot of people will be curious to what is the scope and what is the timeline, through you, Madam Chair, for these actions. I also, dating back to a prior meeting a couple of months ago, had a very good discussion, I would say, with the minister as it pertains to tax holidays. I would like to know, does the minister have any new requests since then, or any old requests that still is pending? But also, the minister said during the discussion that she agreed with me when I said we should also be looking out for the proverbial small man, and that she is open for all ideas and any ideas and willing to do what she has to do to get that done. I would like to know, since that budget amendment meeting a couple of months ago, what has the minister done as it pertains to that topic? So has the minister already instructed the policy department to look into it? Has the minister instructed a third party to look into it? Because I see in one of the, even Madam Chair herself asked the same question during the CC in writing, and alluded to the same things that I was pointing out, that the minister at that point said would be illegal, and that would be asking the requester of the tax holiday for some sort of corporate social responsibility, where if you ask for $2 million or guilders in a tax holiday, that a certain percentage of that needs to go out to a particular project that's in the benefit of the community. At the time, I understood that such legislation does not exist to make it legal, but what are we doing to make it legal? Because we could sit here and you'll be here next year again and we still have that same reason, at which point I would be using the word excuse why we cannot ask and demand those things. So I would like to know, what has the minister done since that meeting 2 months ago, almost 3 months ago, to take steps forward to make that a reality. Also, a couple of things that kind of made cause for concern where I am concerned. I feel I get more information about the plans or the ideas of this current government when I read things on Facebook, when I read the newspaper, when I read social media, and when we're in Parliament or when I watch the presentations given, I'm not seeing the same things reflected in those presentations, right? For example, if something like vehicle tax, adjustment in vehicle tax is announced, something that maybe in other places in the world is quite normal, so there's nothing wrong with the idea, but if something like that is announced in a country that we live in that is not used to it, some people will have a cause for concern because it was not explained. And I have an issue with particular ministers, because there's more than one in this coalition. Every time an idea comes to mind, before they do the due diligence, they're quick to post and say, hey, this coming. Hey, I'm going to do that. Hey, this coming. And, you know, a lot of times people accuse, especially people on this side of the room, of playing politics. We're in this setting. But in the CC, I gave the minister the podium because I read the article. I had my opinion about the article. And I said, you know what? Before I come here and I ridicule or critique the minister and the things said in the article, I said, you know what? Let me give her, through you, Madam Chair, the floor, and let her explain what she meant or what the minister meant with that article. And to my shock, the minister told me, through you, Madam Chair, or she told us, there was no studies done, no research done, no assessments done. Basically, she told me she can't explain me what she meant with her article. Through you, Madam Chair. And although I understand, but I find that quite alarming, because if you're posting something and saying, hey, this is coming, and anyone has a question about it, and they can't even ask the minister what the minister meant by it, I think we jump in the gun when we are sharing ideas before having a plan. And speaking about having a plan, I saw 7 presentations yesterday, and I think with 2, max 3 presentations, I saw rode draad, as you would call it in Dutch, a little bit of cohesion, some synergy, but it would seem like most of the ministries are still functioning as separate islands from one another. And if there's one thing that was said in the past, and I do agree with it to some extent, is that in past governments, that was a thing, right? And I see some ministers understand that that's not the way to go, but I still see individualism in the plans and plan of actions in some ministers. Like, for example, if I were to use the presentation of the Honorable Prime Minister, in his presentation, he explained expenses, he explained income, and he kept it factual. I enjoyed it. Why? Because if I watch his presentation and I see what was in the budget, I could see the budget back in his presentation, but in a lot of presentations, I saw a lot of things that weren't in the budget from different ministries. And to me, that is a problem. Going back on what I mean when I say I'm seeing a lot of plans, but I'm not seeing any vision. I asked the Minister of Finance in the previous meeting through you, Madam Chair, I requested different years of the debt to GDP ratio. I was told that those answers, that information was not readily available. Debt to GDP percentages is basically before we take a loan, knowing if our economy can actually handle the loan. So now I'm seeing loans being taken, but if I ask a simple question like debt to GDP and that's not readily available, that's for me a cause for concern, legitimately. Because where are we going if we don't know where we are coming from when it pertains to those numbers? Same thing can be said about tax to GDP. How much taxes do we have compared to our GDP as a country? Because there are a lot of ideas for taxation, and I understand they are needed as it pertains to waste tax, tourist tax, vehicle tax, maybe even water tax eventually, I don't know. But they are needed, I understand that. But currently, St. Maarten is at 27%, which is quite low, comparable to other countries. But I asked a simple question, what is the plan? Where do we want to end up? Where are we saying, like, this is the ceiling, and we don't want to go over that ceiling, right? If we say, hey, Holland is 39%, Holland is known as one of the most taxed countries in the world, Aruba is right under it at 35, our sweet spot is 36 or 34. I don't know. What is the plan? What is the vision? And then, you can make the different plans to take steps towards that vision. But if you're telling me you're going to do this tax, that tax, that tax, and when I ask a simple question, what is the goal and what is the vision that all these plans are attached to, is not available. So, Minister, I would still like to ask that question again, and even if you have to caucus and it takes a time and you don't even have the answer readily available in this meeting, I would like that answer in writing sometime in the near future. I would also like to ask through you, Madam Chair, I brought up concerns as it pertains to things that people are experiencing now, or for years, as it pertains to succession land, and the taxes for that, and the prices for that. Families are caught up in vicious cycles, and for numerous reasons why I would say people that look like me, or a lot of us in the room, can't use the assets that, with some help, they have access to. And therefore, certain levels of wealth are not achievable. Because a lot of people would have $100,000, $200,000 worth of land, and just because of the yellow tape that we have in our laws, they can't do anything when it comes to it. And then just because they can't pass the transfer tax and the this tax and the that tax to get a loan at the bank, they end up with zero. So what is this government going to do to assist or to change the laws, amend the laws, to make such things a bit more easier and accessible for our people? And when can we expect a plan for the new vehicle tax idea? I call it an idea because there's still a lot of things that needs to be done. What I have an issue with as well is when I asked the minister, not an issue, but I find it concerning, when I asked the minister, seeing that a vehicle tax is stems farther away for not only her ministry, but also, for example, the Ministry of Romy as it pertains to vehicles, because maybe it has to do with his plan as it pertains to the traffic congestion. I asked the minister, did she, through you, Madam Chair, have any discussions? Did she caucus with the Minister of Romy? And the minister told me no. Okay, maybe she hasn't gotten around to it as yet. But then I asked the Minister of Romy the exact same question. And to that exact same question, the Minister of Romy told me, yes, the Minister of Finance spoke with me about it. And it's not a well as neatest, as they would say in Dutch, it's documented. So, you know, what's up with that? Is somebody, I won't say lying, fibbing? You know, in parliamentary lingo, did somebody misspeak? Because for a simple question like that, I get in two different answers, and that makes me question other things. But moving on. Ministry of Theatre. Minister, you're one of the ministers in the prior conversations and discussions and debates that I've praised, and I've gave a lot of kudos to, and they were always well received. And I have some kudos for you again, but I also have some critique. And I hope this time, now that if you end up getting critique from me, that is also well received, the same way the positivity was as well. Minister, the issue at the airport as it pertains to the COO appointment. I asked particular questions, and a lot of the answers were, I don't know, that have nothing to do with me. So I'll ask other questions. So is the minister, through you, Madam Chair, telling me, through by ways of the answers given, that the shareholder was not informed of the change in statutory director role? Also, is the minister saying that the articles of incorporation were changed without government knowing about a government-owned airport? The articles were changed that the CEO and the CFO are the only directors moving forward, or will be the only directors moving forward. Why was this changed, and who advocated for this change? I would like to have those answers, Minister, through you, Madam Chair. As well, I would like to commend the Minister on her deal with Soul Beach and bringing Soul Beach to St. Maarten. She gave me the heads up about a month and change ago, and she told me that I'll keep it to yourself. And to see that it came to fruition, I would tell the minister, good job. But I also have questions. I would like to know how much does this cost, is this going to cost the island? I would like to know, the minister alluded to having a deal or understanding with the French side as it pertains to a split. I would like to know what is the split, what is the French side paying, what is the Dutch side paying, what is the Dutch side responsible for. I would like to know how the money is being spent. And as well, does the minister, through you, Madam Chair, have a deal readily available? As in, is it signed with the French side? Who is she in contact with on the French side? And does she have a verbal agreement with the French side? And if she does, I would like to see it. Influencers. A couple months ago, now before I go on to influencers, still about the Soul Beach, I would like to know, did the minister speak, is the minister planning to caucus with the Minister of Romy as it pertains to the traffic situation or the pending traffic situation once all these visitors, I think I read about 3,000 to 4,000 visitors. That's about maybe 2,000 plus rentals on the road in the span of the 3-4 days, or maybe even the week. Seeing our current traffic congestion issues, I would like to know what is the plan as it pertains to the traffic. Influencers. About a month or two ago, the tourism department had a campaign where I saw a couple of regional influencers were brought in and they did their thing. I would like to know what was the cost of this, as well what was the return on investment. So if you bring in influencer A, you pay influencer A 10, 20,000. I don't know what the numbers are, just in it for example purposes. You pay them 10 to 20,000. They do their job. How is that return being measured? Is it being measured in the sense of, hey, if this person is from Barbados, we got 3 extra charters that we coming in from Barbados because that was arranged. I don't know. How is the return of investment when it pertains to that being measured? Also, I would like to know what is the plan of the minister, through you, Madam Chair, to strengthen or increase or to start, I don't know what the current situation is, a working relationship as it pertains to tourism with the island of Anguilla. The reason for asking that, because some people might wonder, like, why does St. Maarten want to team up with Anguilla? We much further than them in certain areas. Yes, they caught up a little bit while the airport was down, but we're still reasonably ahead. Why would we want to team up? Well, Anguilla has access to income that we don't have, being they were lucky enough to obtain a domain name of .ai, as St. Maarten has .sx. And because of the correlation of what AI means as it pertains to artificial intelligence, one could only understand why a lot of people are buying into that domain for other purposes. And seeing the increase in artificial intelligence, that domain will be booming for the foreseeable future. Currently, Anguilla is obtaining revenues of $3 million per month. $1 million per month. And the projection, seeing that this government loves projections, the projection is that by this time next year, they will be at $6 million per month. Now, $6 million per month, one would say, okay, that's good money. But just to give an idea, $6 million per month is $72 million per year. And over a span of 10 years, that's $750 million. If you take it even further, $750 million is about 1.3 billion guilders. That's literally our total debt to Holland. Basically, if Anguilla wanted, they could pay it off in 10 years. That's crazy. Good for them. I'm not saying that we have to ask them to pay our debt, but I'm just giving you an example. I'm just explaining an example of how we cannot compete with that type of funds, because at the end of the day, if that's the raw cash that they're bringing in, imagine what they could add to it if they were to get a loan on that as collateral. So we can say we are ahead in the competition now, but if we don't do nothing about 10 years, it could be a different, it could have a different outlook. Moving forward to the infamous marketplace. I think, just like the throughput fee, I think the minister is sick of answering questions about the marketplace by now. But I have a couple more, so bear with me, Minister. Minister, here I have a post taken on the 9th of September, nice post, where the picture of the groundbreaking, when the groundbreaking took place. Here we have the CEO of the Harbour, we have the Minister of Romy, the Madam Chair Lady, yes, and the Minister of Tiat. And then after the groundbreaking, the vendors had to move, everything was carted off, and I was wondering, what taking so long? And then I look at my mother always said the truth lays in the details, so I looked at it again, and I saw the Minister of Tiat and the Minister of Romy smiling ear to ear. And I see like the President of Parliament didn't look like she wanted to be there. And I was like, why would the President not want to be at such a joyous occasion? So I took off my MP hat and I put on my engineer hat, and I was like, hey, what's going on here? So then I looked at, I was like, the minister, through you, Madam Chair, changed the design. The minister skipped a step. She didn't retender the project, which, to each their own. I don't agree with it, but sometimes you got to do what you think you have to do. But I will add that it's not fair to those who didn't get to take part in the retender, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. The marketplace took long to start, and I understand maybe the minister wanted to skip steps. No problem. I wouldn't have done it, but I understand where she was coming from, through you, Madam Chair. But one thing about when you're doing a tender, the relevant departments always make sure by the time the tender is awarded to whichever winner of the bid, that all the necessary paperwork are readily available for the construction to start. But if you skip steps, maybe something could slip through the cracks. So then I thought again, why would maybe Madam Chair you not want to be in that picture? And the only thing came to mind is that what was going on at that point was something illegal. What I mean by that, I would like to ask the good minister, Minister, do you at this current moment have a valid building permit for the marketplace? And if you do, what was the date of which it was stamped that it was granted? Because without a building permit, building cannot start. But what's even worse, if that is so, moving of the vendors to a position to where they're not really making that much money anymore because they don't have the traffic going there anymore, carting off the whole area, that creates a traffic situation because we don't have nowhere to walk. The sidewalk is too small for the intensity of pedestrians. It's a hazard. So I would like to know, does the minister have a building permit? Going back to finance for a bit, debt for climate change swap. Brilliant idea. I have an idea for the Prime Minister and for the Minister of Finance as well. And I think the Prime Minister will agree with me. Debt for climate swap, it's a good idea. Another idea to get some money is reparations. What is the current, and either the two ministers could answer, what is the current plan for reparations? I didn't see that in any of the presentations. And here I have another article from the 18th of December 2022 by the good Prime Minister himself before he grew his Prime Minister beard. talking about reparations. And then he said, and I quote, "I find it quite unfortunate, however, not surprising, that our government is once again taking a passive and reactive approach instead of being proactive by conducting proper research and proposing sustainable ways for reparations." This was 2 years ago. So I would like to know, what is the proactive approach of the Prime Minister, seeing that he's been speaking about this for 2 years? And why was this not in his presentation? Also, one of the issues that is a hot topic, and MP La Cruz touched on it lightly. Well, lightly is a light word, but the problem as it pertains to the ATM machines or the card machines in the supermarkets. I also disagree with the manner in which some merchants are going about it, and some supermarkets are going about it, and I don't agree with it. And I know the Minister of Finance, Madam Chair, also doesn't agree with it, because here she has an article, the 9th of October last year, condemning the merchants and supermarkets that does such. But Minister, although I also agree with you, and I find it a cardinal sin for those supermarkets that does such, there are always two sides of a story. Not saying that what is being said is not true, because it's 100% true, but now, rather than just simply condemning the supermarkets and the merchants, what are you doing, what is the Minister doing through you, Madam Chair, to remedy the situation? Has the Minister sat with the supermarkets or some prominent supermarket owners, or with the banks, although I know the Minister does not run the banks? What is the Minister doing? Because simply condemning doesn't fix the problem. So what is the Minister doing to remedy the situation that this is not a problem moving forward anymore? Because it will get worse. Now, I have another query to the Minister of TIAT. Madam Chair, what's my time?
You still have quite some time, and if you skip reference to my facial expressions, then you'll have some even more time. You have like 58 minutes left.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So I remember asking in the CC to the Minister of TIAT for questions pertaining to the business licenses, and MP Lewis touched on it again. But I want to look at it from a different perspective and repose the same questions. And those questions being, what was the backlog when you entered the ministry? How much business licenses has been signed since you entered the ministry? And what is the current backlog, right? The Minister then said it's quite old school how they go about it still, in the sense of, to get that answer, everything has to be counted one by one by one. And that would take time. And because of the pending holidays at that time, I agreed, and I didn't further go into it. But seeing that the holidays are now past, I would like to have the answers to those questions. And seeing that on May the 13th, you had a quick scan of the ministry, I would think you have some indication from that quick scan what the answers were then. Because the reason I'm asking these questions, because we get a budget every year, our budget is spoken on every year, we see numbers, it's like, okay, why this one different than that, and why that one different than that, but we're not looking to where we can really get the meat of the problem to see where you can squeeze out some more money. So, moving forward, Minister, this is a question you could expect every single budget debate, and even though he's not here, the Minister of Romy can as well, as it pertains to building permits. So, for the Minister of Romy, hope somebody is listening for him, seeing that he's not here at the moment. But what is the current backlog as it pertains to building permits? How much building permits has been signed since being in office? And what was the backlog when he came in office? Through you, Madam Chair. Also, the minister had a very brash statement or opinion about exactly a year ago, where she said, and I quote, MP Heidegger sums up 2020-2024 governmental term of lack of vision and execution and gross incompetence. That's some fighting words. I will come back on this in a minute. In closing, as it pertains to the Ministry of Theatre, the cannabis legislation. The cannabis legislation, I asked the minister some questions and I got some answers, and it brought even more questions to mind. Why? Because, as I said, before the CC, in December, the minister had a article saying basically the cannabis legislation is almost here. If I had to paraphrase what was in the article, we can practically smell it. Then, I'm paraphrasing with that. She didn't say that, just for the record. So when I asked some questions in the CC, the minister told me that it was too early in the process as it pertains to legislation, and she couldn't answer those questions. Simple questions about how does one obtain a license, how many suppliers, real simple questions. And the answer was, it's too early in the process. Now, I turned around and I asked the former MP, the former minister, I said, hey, what's going on? Is this thing going to be done and then it's passed and we have nothing to say? He said, no, it has to come back. The now MP Utley said, no, it's something that has to come back to Parliament, so no worries, Parliament still has to decide. And I know that takes a process and that takes some time. But why, if there's no answers to be given as yet, the question is, why are there articles coming out saying that it's almost here? And why in the same week that I got the answer from the minister that basically there's no information to be given as yet because it's too early, in the same week the minister had an interview to where the same question about cannabis development industry, the cannabis industry development was posed, and the answer that the minister gave was, by early 2025, we plan to introduce cannabis tourism with strict regulations focusing on high-quality licensed concessions in tourist areas. You don't remember that interview, Minister? The interview is CowryMedia.com. Question and answer interview. So, judging by the answer of the minister, if the minister is already saying touristic areas and introducing cannabis tourism in early 2025, not legislation, but tourism, which means it's being executed. The answers that I'm being given, ministers, and the things that I'm seeing online is not adding up. I think even you now checking like, what's going on here? Yeah, so seeing that your end responsible to you, Madam Chair, why are the answers pertaining to one topic so inconsistent? Because if I ask a simple question like, how are the licenses going along? How many licenses? How do you obtain it? And you're already in this interview saying where these shops are going, I don't know if I'm being lied to, the people being lied to, if the minister knows what she's talking about, but I still don't have an answer to my question through you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if the minister misspoke to me, if the minister misspoke to the interviewer, but all I want, and all I think the people of St. Maarten want, is just an answer to the question. So I will repose those questions. And I saw the minister stick something in her presentation, and I smiled when I saw it, because in December, during the CC, I was very upset with the minister, and I'm still kind of upset with the minister, as it pertains to her promise made in October to not ask someone to read a study, but that she said, the minister said to you, Madam Chair, she would look into the gambling addiction studies done in years past about the gambling problems on St. Maarten, because if there's a whole gaming board, if there's a whole new legislations coming, you have to know what the problem is before we go thinking about solutions. And this goes back to the same thing the minister accused the prior government of lack of vision, because how can we make a vision if we don't know what the problem is completely? And Minister Brugge of VSA, you have a lot to do with this as well. Why? Because a lot of times we sit down and think that all our ministries are, you're responsible for your own ministry. But what happens on the side of TIAT is going to have to be solved by you and VSA, because VSA solves problems. They don't really make problems. You agree with me, Minister? Okay. So, since the Minister of TIAT didn't go through the reports herself, I have some time through you, Madam Chair, so I'm going to share some excerpts from those reports. A local study done 27 years ago, to be exact, reported the presence of disordered gambling among St. Maarten residents. At the time in 1996, when compared to competitive islands such as Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Curacao, and Aruba, St. Maarten had the highest resident-generated casino revenue of any island in the competitive set. The St. Maarten casino industry reliance on resident-generated play was significant prior to Hurricane Lewis, but increased from $203 per person prior to the storm to $286 per person after the storm, a 32% increase. This is substantial in the wake of the fact that there was a 40% decline in overall casino revenue in the 12 months following the hurricane. So the casinos making less money overall, but the people that are going ended up spending more money. And I'm going to show you just now, Minister of VSA, where you come into play. Within a year, from 1994 to 1995, resident share in the gambling industry went from 25% to 55% after Hurricane Lewis. Presently, the findings reveal that St. Maarten has 25 gambling licenses, 15 casinos, 7 lottery, and 3 online, of which 23 operational. And this report, it goes deep. These reports go deep. It goes everything from unemployment percentages amongst genders, breakdown percentages in levels of education, which ethnicities are higher at risk of disordered gambling, which types of jobs face increased risk. It's very extensive. They are very extensive. In March of 2023, the SED reported that lottery booths are of major concern for the islands since they are highly populated low-income areas with little to no supervision from the government. 75% of the country's lottery booths are placed in the top 3 most populated areas, namely being Lower Princess Quarter, Cul-de-Sac, and Cole Bay, consisting of significantly more people stemming from lower income communities than other districts. So basically they put the lotteries where people that are struggling are. When compared to Curacao, and here it comes, when compared to Curacao, an island of 171 square miles, with 2.1 lottery booths per square mile, St. Maarten of 16 square miles, so averagely 10 times smaller than Curacao, with 361 lottery facilities, has 22.6 lottery opportunities per square mile. That's 11 times more lottery locations than Curacao. St. Maarten surpasses St. Kitts, Bahamas, Curacao, and Aruba in gambling license versus estimated population ratio. Vegas as well. To me, that's a damning stat. To you, Madam Chair. So when I asked the minister in October, Minister, can you please go through these reports? And the minister told me yes. And to find out in December, she didn't. After 2 months. I understand the minister is busy. But how can it be when I asked the minister to go through something that is our people are suffering from, a major part of our people in society are suffering from? She doesn't have the time to do it, and okay, cool, no problem. But how is it since we closed Parliament and we reopened Parliament in less than a month, the minister could find the time to sit down with a group of owners to talk about the opening of a casino? How? I don't understand. To me, that's a question of priority. Because if you could make time to talk about opening of new casinos, whether the license being changed, or a new license being made, or the license being transferred, it's a question of priority. And why I keep mentioning the Minister of ASR, because Minister, this is something for you, through you, Madam Chair. When we have people with gambling addictions and gambling problems that want to seek help to remedy that problem, it only ends up costing St. Maarten money. Because here, also in the reports, they have estimates and examples to where how much it would cost the country. Here I go. Costs range from $36,000 to $55,000 over a 4-year period per gambler. The healthcare expenditure included outpatient, inpatient, ER visits, and prescription drugs. If we considered only 20 gamblers in the society, so over the whole of St. Maarten, if we just take 20 gamblers that wants to seek help with this exact scenario, the healthcare expenditure would range between $750,000 and $1.1 million over a 4-year period per gambler. So if you count it up, 20 people, it's between $15 to $21 million just to fix the problem. And here we're talking about budget cuts. So we don't really have that money. So while we're on one end, when I say one end, in one ministry through you, Madam Chair, talking about doing things to increase tourism, more things for tourists to do, we are also costing the country on the other end money that we don't have. So what are we doing? So now, going back to you, Prime Minister, because it's the Ministerial to Cabinet, through you, Madam Chair. On one end, we're initiating and researching all these new taxation ideas, etc., and rightfully so, they are needed. And we're going to bring in X amount of money, of extra funds, through one end, but we're pissing it out on the other end. Sorry for my English. We're giving it away on the other end. So netto, we're not even staying afloat. We're actually going in the wrong direction. Because we're doing all of the work and spending all this research costs money too. All the execution that people we need to hire to execute some of the things that this government wants to execute costs money. And then when you look at it, the same set of people are being affected because now we're doing all of these extra taxations, so the small man still have to pay all this tax. And we just said it here in the report, all these lottery booths are in the areas of the small man, so they have to pay all these taxes. And still, on the other end, those who suffer from this problem cost the country this type of money. So who wins in this situation other than those who own these licenses? So my question is, instead of lamenting on the scenario that's there and how it got to that moment, because I'm not blaming anybody for the fact that there's 300, almost 400 lottery facilities, not booths, facilities. I'm not lamenting on that. I'm not blaming anyone. So when I see here 23 times more lottery booths or lottery facilities than Curacao, I see chances for Siman to make money. So instead of looking at the problem, let's look at some solutions. So I would like to ask the minister, seeing that we have 23, every single one, seeing we have 23 more times or more opportunities to make use of this opportunity, I would like to know what is the minister going to do as it pertains to, instead of merely increasing the lottery fees, what is she going to do? What is the minister to you, Madam Chair, going to do about generating more revenues as it pertains to these lottery booths? Because right now, the minister explained it very well in the last CC. Currently, you don't pay per lottery booth, you pay per license. I stand to be corrected. How about changing the legislation that you pay per booth? I mean, if a booth is making money in every area, we should be making money off of those booths as well. So I would like to know, what does the minister think? The Prime Minister could also chime in if he likes about that idea as it pertains to the island actually gaining from this current scenario. And about lottery fees, because that's the way, casinos and stuff pay tax. That's their form of tax. I see lottery budget cuts left, right, and center. I think the Minister of Education, Youth, Culture, Sport, Madam Chair, reported something about almost 10 million. Was it 10 million, Minister? Averagely 10 million cuts. Through you, Madam Chair. Okay, got it. I'll just take a head nod. Thank you. About 10 million budget cuts for education, youth, culture, sport. There was also budget cuts for health. There were also budget cuts for justice. And we already know the issues that the teachers and the justice workers are now facing. So I would like to know, all these cuts and all these plans for generating income, I would like to know what we are doing with the income that is owed to the country. Because on one end, the finance minister is speaking about retracting of old taxes. So I'd like to know as well, as I previously explained, what is the scope, so going back to which year, or starting at which year are we going to do it to help the manpower to bring it to more current state. But while we are hunting down people that owe taxes, while we are doing our best to retrieve the funds from the old taxes that are owed to the country, on the other end, from the small man, on the other end, we hear the school children talking that a minister, I don't know if it's the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Tourism, of TRU, Madam Chair, granted, or basically waived an enormous amount of outstanding lottery fees to a sum of some $10 million. So I would like to know, maybe the Minister of Finance could explain, did you give your blessing for the waiver of those lottery fees? Because it can't be that we are thinking of all of these extra and added taxation methods, et cetera, on one end, and we just give away, again, averagely $10 million in lottery fees. And to one individual, allegedly, $6 million in waived fees. Dollars, not guilders, dollars. We are a guilder economy. $6 million for one person. That person must have some serious influence. I guess if you're the major campaign sponsor for a certain top vote getter, I guess that was a hell of a return of investment. Moving on. The Minister of, what are we doing next? Minister of Justice. Minister, I enjoyed your presentation. It was quite factual. I don't have many questions for you, but seeing that you just entered the ministry and you still you're still doing your due diligence, I spoke to you about through you, Madam Chair, the rise in motorcycle accidents in December, to which you said, at the end of the day, you can't go too hard because there are also those who are well behaved on the road, and you can't straff those people as well. But since making that statement, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, there have been a sum of 5 deaths in less than a month. And aside from those deaths, there's the harassed behavior on the road. There are even, some people that when they're driving home at night and they see certain behaviors on the road, they themselves are now hesitant and scared. So you have on one end behavior, you have on the next end accidents, which at the end of the day cost lives and cost the country because one life lost and one life too much, and also the damage that brings with it, because currently insurances does not cover the straatmateriaal and all those things. So, Minister, I say all that to say, to you, Madam Chair, you're too quiet on the topic. I think I heard a lot of ideas thrown. Even the Prime Minister spoke on a zero-tolerance approach, and I agree with him. So I would like to know, instead of just telling you what I would like to see, I would like to hear, given the current climate, what is the ministry's plans moving forward as it pertains to the motorcycle behavior on the road. As well, cyberbullying. Currently, we have no legislation for that. Oh, there is some type of legislation, and I couldn't, MP Roseberg was explaining to me, there is something, but at the same time, we don't have the legislation needed to attack that problem. It's a brewing problem because it's getting bigger and bigger by the day. In our recent, not recent, but the one before last Palatino visit, that was a topic of discussion to where we saw how other countries are going about it and what they are doing. So in the Palatino, as a member of the Palatino committee, and one of those I was there for that meeting, MP Kotai, MP Roseberg, myself, and MP La Cruz will be submitting some ideas to you, maybe even an idea for amending of a law. So that will be coming, or you can expect that in the coming weeks and months. SG, time?
You ask for your time,
Yes,
MP?
yes.
36 minutes.
Great. So, speaking about things being intertwined, I print out some stuff today, for today, because, again, when we speak on our tourist product, we like to point fingers at the Minister of Theatre, and I don't find that 100% fair, because, again, to you, Madam Chair, a lot of ministries contribute to the final product in which we're proud of and in which our single pillar economy strives on. So, MP La Cruz and a couple of other MPs today, they touched on a very trending topic, that being garbage. And this is I would say I would address this to you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of ASR, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Theatre, and the Minister of Vromi, because each ministry plays a hand in the final product. Here I have some pictures, because speaking about it on the floor of Parliament, I don't think does it justice. These pictures that I'm about to show, I'm showing right now, were taken on Monday morning. This is what St. Maarten's tourist product is displaying to tourists bright and early on Monday morning. This is the product that we're showing. And most of these pictures are taken in the area of Coal Bay, where at least half of our tourist maneuvers, I would say, back and forth, drive through. And we have a serious garbage problem, and I think it's very understated because it's quickly glossed over, but it has never been this bad. Never. Never. Not in the prior, with the prior government, not with the government before that, not with the government before that one. It has never been this bad. And to go in on one of the queries from a prior MP, the question was, what about the garbage bins? Are there more garbage bins being ordered? I have a different question. Why are we ordering the same garbage bins that after they come, we're still going to have issues with the garbage bins? Because these garbage bins, as you can see, especially the big blue ones, once they're full, they're also an environmental hazard. Wait. I think I have one. This is a good one right here. You can zoom in. You know what we're looking at. Yeah. This one right here. They have them all over. All over. Once it's full, we have rats, we have a stench, and once the wind hit it, if it's in the area of a school, we have a problem. So my question is, instead of just repeatedly ordering the same things to solve one problem, when are we going to think of ways to solve all the problems? Through you, Madam Chair. Because we could order new garbage bins, but once they're full and they don't get emptied in time, it's another problem. And even once they're emptied, and not cleaned, after a while that also carries a scent with it, and with the high winds, it's a deplorable situation. So I would like to know, what are we going to do about the garbage situation? I know the question was posed to the minister about what the exact problem is, but I want to know what is the solution. Because a garbage hauler could have a potential problem, but what is the ministry doing to remedy the problem? Not pointing fingers at any garbage hauler or at the ministry, but I would like to know what is the plan of the ministry to assist the garbage haulers in this situation. If you can't assist, what's the solution? This as well. This is one of the local points. Hasn't been cut. This is what our tourists are seeing or trying to see when they are going through our beautiful country of St. Maarten. This is what they're sending back home and saying, this is what I looked at today. So my question is, please do not take it lightly. It is a serious problem because this is our tourism product and we're a single pillar economy. Our next problem, and I would like to commend the Ministry of Vromi for the initiative. I haven't seen it start yet. I haven't heard about it being started, but I heard murmurs about it being started. And that's a crackdown on illegal, what's the word? Garages. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Illegal garages. So what about the any legal garages, Minister, that are making misuse of the land or outside of the perimeters where they're functioning? This is a perfect example. In Colby, across from the gas station, heading into Orange Grove, here we have vehicles parking at the curb. This is a traffic hazard. Through you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair passes it every day. She sees it as well.
Experience it as well.
Going further, and this is a reoccurring thing, and this is from the garage on the opposite end of the road. And this is not, I'm not pointing out this garage in particular. A lot of garages does it. So I would like to know, Minister, what is the plan through you, Madam Chair, to crack down on this illegal use of land, as well, look here, the whole Orange Grove cordoned off as if it's a car show. You can see it? Oh, you got your glasses too? Okay. No problem. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, MP Kota.
Since you want a nod of the head.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, we're here looking at the phone. That's good. But yes, so I would like to know also to the Minister of Justice, because I think this is also a justice matter, what is going to be done as it pertains to these type of situations. Because I know, I understand, take your time. We have the time to wait for the answers. But what is going to be done about this situation? As well, to the Minister of Justice, to you, Madam Chair, we often speak of the, last one. Look, this is a traffic hazard. Because we're talking about road beautification, tongue beautification, Phillipsburg beautification, but if we beautify the sidewalks and we fix the sidewalks and we spend money on these sidewalks and cars park on them, what are we doing? You're spending money to have to spend it again. So what are we doing to fix these problems before we just spend money again? Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, there's a cry when it comes to illegal taxis, etc., and gypsies across from the harbor. I understand from some local police officers that they don't have the necessary legislation needed to do these necessary crackdowns on the gypsies and the illegal taxi drivers. Can you look into that, through Madam Chair, to see what can be done legislative-wise to give the police the oomph to want to do what they have to do and not that they're wasting their time? Minister of Vromi, good thing that you're back, because Vromi, as I was going through all the ministries separately, this is just for you. Right? So for my favorite minister of Vromi, the following. Minister Patrice Thierry Gomes, what are your plans to revitalize the housing foundation? both as it pertains to the depths that they have and the current situation, because also can you give some explanation on that as it pertains to the director and the head of the board?
And Bjork,
Yes.
just to help you to follow the process of speaking through the chair, maybe if you refer to a minister in the third person and you speak through me to the Minister of Romy, but not you and you, Minister.
Oh,
'Cause then
yes.
If you,
100% correct. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the correction.
you're welcome, sir.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know what, seeing that we had heavy rainfalls over the last couple of months and years, we can contribute that to climate change. And climate change is something that is affecting us all over the world, and in particular, St. Maarten. And when I say affecting us, it affects us in unforeseen ways because we can't, up to now, we couldn't plan for something that we didn't see coming, right? So everything I'm about to ask, Minister, it is not your fault. The question is, what are you going to do about it? So, Minister, with that being said, given the increased rainfall and climate change, currently our drainage system, as I would say, on St. Maarten, the max that they can handle, through you, Madam Chair, is 210 milliliters of water. The most recent rainfall was about 300, a little bit over 300 milliliters due to climate change. When these drainage and these trenches, etc., were made, it was made with a projection of 10, 15, 20, 40, 50, 100 years. But that was before taking into account climate change. So I would like to know what are the plans of the minister as it pertains to the drainage issue and climate change. Because it's not like we can go and just dig up every drain we have and put on a new one. That's not feasible. So what is the plan and the vision moving forward as it pertains to increasing the max capacity of our drains, and also upgrading of our current drainage system? Also, I would like to know, I see a lot of articles from the minister through you, Madam Chair, of the ministers talking about comprehensive updates of the ministry, and through his presentation, different and various plans and ideas, what he wants to execute, what the minister wants to execute in 2025. But what I'm missing is a comprehensive ministry plan. And seeing as January, I think it's due right now, or in the first quarter of the year. So I would like to have or know what is the ministry plan and the report, if I can receive that from the minister once it's done, and if it's not done yet, has it started, and when will it be finished? Because I know it has to come from your SG. So what is and what will be the ministry plan moving forward? Also, I see here another article from the minister where he speaks on UNOP support to address traffic congestion. What is the scope of this report? And if we're asking a third party for a report, that report is going to take long because it's going to be extensive, which we're paying for it, right? So in that period of time, what is the minister's, through you, Madam Chair, vision and plan to address this scenario? Because I don't want to think we got to sit down a whole year, wait on a report, and nothing is going to be done in the meantime. You're there now. What is the plan? And what is the plan in particular as it pertains to the cul-de-sac basin? What is the plan for the traffic from South Reward straight down to Bush Road? What is the plan in short-term, mid-term, and long-term plans? Because the minister often speaks on evidence-based decision-making. I'm seeing decisions made, and I'm curious to where the evidence is coming from, besides what we see. What's the data on paper? So I would like to know what the minister is doing about that, and are we paying for this UNOPS report? Because I don't know, maybe it's something that's being given, that's on mere request, but if we're paying, how much are we paying? I asked the minister during the CC, through you, Madam Chair, for the top 3 priorities heading into 2025, what he wants to achieve. And on that was zoning, housing, and drainage. I didn't see much about housing in his presentation, so if he can elaborate on that in the second round. Basically, what the vision for it is, where is the money coming from, and what time-based. I'm seeing a lot of plans, I'm not seeing anything with time. I know time is not definite, but what are the tentative dates for these things? Because if I'm homeless and I hear the minister is going to build houses, I would like to know when these houses are going to be built. As well, talking about drainage. Drainage is associated to flooding, and I don't see anything about erosion on the minister's to-do list. And actually, in my humble opinion, even if you take into account roads, you take into account zoning, even though I brought a plan for zoning, not a plan, a motion for zoning, I think seeing what is currently happening in the hills, in our hills, is of more importance than anything, or any priority, or any of those CapEx plans that the minister has right now. Because, Minister, I brought something with me. I feel like I was doing some handicraft in preparation for the budget. I don't know if this looks familiar. What we see here is the dot side. This is the dot side, right? I added some colors. In blue is our inner waters, the Simpson Bay Lagoon, the Great Salt Pond, Fresh Pond. What you see in brown is our low-lying areas known as flatland. And what we see in green, and everything associated with green, is everything that falls under the hillside policy. So in dark green, you see the hilltops, where you're legally not allowed to build. And in the patterned green areas, that's where all the hillside development is happening. Now, the reason why I printed this out, because when we speak about the hills and the hillside policy, we gloss over it. Because often when you hear the minister speak, he speaks on drainage, sloping of roads, etc. But that does not fix the drainage and water problem that we have on the island. It doesn't. Because if you had to extrapolate this, 60% of the entire buildable area on the island falls under the hillside policy. And why am I stressing on this? Because we have a building code, a building ordinance to build a house, which is perfect for the flat. But the majority of our buildable area has a mere policy, and not an ordinance. And to give an idea, for example, in the dark green areas, that's a space where you're legally not allowed to build. So up to 150 meters you can build. Over that, you can't build. But developers with money has taken government to court in the past, and they could go all up to 200 plus meters. Why? Because a policy is a directive and it's not a regulation. So it never holds up in court. But nowhere in the presentation did I see a priority for the hillside policy. Furthermore, I alluded to erosion. Right now, in the cul-de-sac basin, we have many scenarios and many examples, and I know the minister knows of them, through you, Madam Chair, where erosion is happening, where illegal excavation is happening, where right now, I don't think the ministry has a grip on what's going on as it pertains to excavation in the hills. Because if I excavate in the wrong manner next to, let's say, PM's house, if he has one in the hill, that for 30 years had no issues, because of somebody who just came yesterday and excavated next to me, I have structural issues moving forward. But in the legislation that we have nothing to protect that person or to impede the other from doing such. People just does what they want nowadays and says, oh, from me they didn't see it, oh, it done happen. If you look at Illich Road, a major excavation is currently happening in the hill. And what they do, they excavate, they put the dirt behind the excavated area. And what that does, when time comes and the rain comes down, it makes a mudslide. But when the mudslide comes, we act shocked. But what are we doing in the current scenario to make sure these things don't happen and keep happening moving forward? The cul-de-sac basin. We always say, in order to know where we're going, we got to know where we're coming from. That's a famous quote from a wise MP here in the room. I heard the minister made note to you, Madam Chair, of various studies going to be done, as pertains to acrobatics, etc., when it comes to erosion, when it comes to water issues in the hills. But oftentimes, I feel we are trying to reinvent the wheel, because what does the ministry currently have? Or does the ministry currently have any reports in the past, whether it be 10 years, 15 years ago, of these problems? Because if I take off my MP hat and put on my engineering hat, when we look at major projects like Indigo Bay, we look at Waymont Hill, we look at Rice Hill, we look at Valley Estate, these are major developments that happened under the hillside policy. Meaning as well, in order to do the necessary excavation and get the necessary permits, extensive economical and water-related studies had to be done. If I go even further, as it pertains to water, I would like to ask the minister, has the minister ever looked into the natural waterways in the cul-de-sac basin and how we can retrieve and catch the water before it hits the flat land? Because if we're looking at all ways and to slope road and do this and do that on the flat, and we're not dealing with the hill, everything we're doing on the flat is superfluous. So has the minister thought about maybe putting a tank on different positions in the hills to catch the water from the various waterways to mitigate the water coming down on the flat? Take it even further. Minister, I just named a couple of these projects, and I'm sure the environmental and water plans for these projects that had to be submitted potentially before them, somewhere in these projects has a hydraulic, a hydrological plan, graphs, tables, data to assist you with your data-driven decision-making. Because I hear a lot about decisions being made, but not about where the data is coming from. Because with these hydraulic and hydrological plans and visuals, most likely, if they are available, these things that we're speaking about has already been researched. You'll see exactly where the waterways are. You see exactly how does the waterways how they are attached to the current channels that we have. And if the persons did their job well, you'll even see projections of how long or over what time span of risk these channels can handle the growth of the water and flooding issues. You'll see, for example, different channels saying, hey, this channel has a risk of flooding 1 in every 5 years, a risk of 1 every 10 years, risk of 1 every 100 years. And my question is, if you can get that information, how is that extrapolated if you add climate change to that? Because then you will see that certain areas need attention and certain areas maybe that you're looking don't need the attention. So seeing that we don't have as much manpower, I think we should move more efficiently. So the question is, does the ministry have any hydraulic or hydrological plans from any of these areas, in particular the cul-de-sac basin? The cul-de-sac basin. Because we're talking about flooding, we're talking about traffic congestion, and I would like to know what are the immediate plans for the traffic congestion in that area, because I'm hearing left, right, and center about plans. I would like to know what are these plans. Also, flood mitigation measures. What do we have? Because I'm sure the residents of the cul-de-sac basin, in particular Mary Fancy, Saunders, Valley Estate, South Reward, they're waiting to hear from their minister, through Madam Chair, what he's doing for them. Because there are various scenarios in the hills right now that legislation we don't have. If I was to ask the minister, right now, if I'm in the hill, my backyard is the hill, and on top of that part, there's another house. Because of erosion, that house on the top maybe had 10 meters of front yard, and now they have 5. Because of erosion, that other house on the lower part, who maybe had 5 or 10 meters of backyard, now has none. Who's liable in that situation? Who's going to help those homeowners that find themselves in these situations? We have no legislation for those. And I understand you can't just go and make retaining walls for everybody. But the question is, what is the solution and what are the plans? I could take it even further. Right now, because of the undermining, there are certain homes that with the next rain or two could find themselves just sliding down the road. And that's another casualty. Loss of home, loss of life. What is the minister? I understand he waiting on acrobatics, but acrobatics could take another 6 months to a year. We could have loss of life in the meantime. So what are the immediate plans for the minister as it pertains to that? As well, I asked for the plans for climate change. What does the minister have for climate change? But what does he have for urbanization? What does he have for urbanization? Because concrete jungles in the hills, no problem. But what are we doing about it? The plans that the minister showed in his presentation for CAPEX 2025 are basically projects that roll over from the funds of CAPEX 2023. My question to the minister, why weren't these projects executed in 2024? Because the list is quite extensive, so I want to know why did all those projects roll over to 2025, and what are the plans, because I showed the minister is planning to invest, to request CAPEX 2025. What are the plans for the funds of 2025? Because this budget that we're talking about is not the end-all be-all, because the coalition has already said, this is not what we're going to be working with, this is what we're starting with. And amendments are going to come. So if amendments are going to come, one of the amendments might be CAPEX 2025 funds. So I would like to know, before those funds come, what are the plans for these funds? Another question. Something that the minister, prior to entering the ministry, was very adamant about. Tender policy. I didn't see that in your presentation. This is something that some particular parties were very adamant about in the prior term, but now, almost a year into this term, I'm not seeing or hearing anything about the tender policy. Maybe they're working on it, I don't know. I'm not pointing any fingers, but I would like to know what is being done about it. And when is the policy going to turn into a law? And what are going to be the specifications of that? And speaking about tenders, I have an idea. Because currently, only a handful of contractors actually stand a chance to obtain certain projects from the government. I would like to know what the minister is doing, before I share my idea, to raise inclusion, I would say, of the smaller contractors, the small man contractors. And the idea I have is to have a separate little policy based on annual turnover. What does the minister think about that? So basically different categories. For example, if you have an annual turnover of max of average of 200K, then to 500K and 1 million and above, that you're able to apply for certain projects. So basically, if you're under 200K, somebody, a big boy from over 1 million, cannot apply for that project. That way, more contractors stand a chance to also grow their business. Now, I say all of this to say, overall, if I look at the plans, there's some cohesion, there's some synergy, but they're long. I'm missing the total picture when it comes to that. And when I ask questions, I'm getting various answers from various ministers, and they're not, sometimes they don't add up. And at the end of the day, it all falls back, although it might not be fair, but that's just the nature of the game. It falls back on you, Prime Minister. because at the end of the day, it's your council of ministers, and at the end of the day, it's named the Messelina cabinet too. Not the Helliger, not the Taklin, not the Brug, not the Gums cabinet. The name is the Messelina cabinet too. Because at the end of the day, I look at body language, right? And when I ask certain ministers, if I just use an example, government-owned companies, stakeholder reps. If I ask Minister A and B, they said, MP, this is what I think about it. This is how I think, this is how it is now, and this is how I think it should be. When I asked you the question, and Minister, through you, Madam Chair, you're a proud man. You speak with your chest. You always speak with your head up. That was the first time you did this. And you didn't really answer my question, through you, Madam Chair. I see Madam Chair, she watching me, she upset, but I understand. I won't say you anymore. It goes automatic. So, Prime Minister, I saw that the Prime Minister was a bit uncomfortable, and I think the answer that the Prime Minister gave was more that of trying to, I wouldn't say please, I would say more trying to keep everybody happy. Don't want to get anybody upset. But I will say this, Prime Minister, at the end of the day, your vision is what should be the main vision. And all the plans should stem from one vision. Because if you don't do that, if the Prime Minister doesn't do that, they would have different islands, and you will see, the Prime Minister will see after 4 years that everybody was working on their own thing, and the island was not moving forward because they weren't working as a team. And although it may be certain plans and certain projects, you do see the synergy, overall, the vision isn't there, Prime Minister. And at the end of the day, the Prime Minister can keep trying to please everyone in his cabinet, but in 3 years from now, close to the next election, what's going to happen? The same people you're trying to please going to do this, and it's going to be all your fault. Recent history will show that is a reoccurring thing. So, Prime Minister, I would say, if you're going to be judged on something, if the Prime Minister is going to be judged on something in 4 years, let that be his vision, and not that of others that, at the end of the day, are going to end up blaming the Prime Minister for. So, I would say this as advice, not as critique. At the end of the day, there are 3 groups of people that the Prime Minister has to lead. And it's not just the people outside. Before that, you have 2 groups. One you were already doing before you came in here. That's your family at home. The second group, your Council of Ministers. And if you can't lead your Council of Ministers, Prime Minister, you cannot lead the people outside there. And I'm not saying you're not doing that. But I'm just saying, bear in mind you have to lead this group before you can lead the group outside. Through you, Madam Chair. That's just advice I would like to impart to the Prime Minister. And in closing, there are a couple questions. I'm going to go quick through them. I'm not going to go back and forth with the Prime Minister about NRPB anymore. I spoke my piece, and I will see what comes out of it. But I will say this, and I'll say this to the Minister of VSR. What I am alarming about, what I am warning about, is the effect that a move such as this can have on the construction labor market. And people can swipe back to the side, Prime Minister can swipe back to the side, it's okay. But at the end of the day, Minister, you're the Minister of Labor. And if the labor market crashes, or the construction labor market crashes, people are not going to blame the Prime Minister. They're going to blame you, the Minister of Labor. So in closing, I would like to ask the Prime Minister the following questions as it pertains to the mental health institution that's going to be built, that's prone to be built. Is there a technical report ready? And if so, when are the contracts for this mental health institute going to be signed? I ask this because there have been a history of repeated delays in NRPB projects, and seeing that the deadline for the grant agreement will expire for the Mental Health Institute in June 2027, it is imperative that steps, seeing that we're in 2025, be taken from now to make sure that doesn't happen. Because if that happens, money will have to be taken from ulterior sources, And that could come in the form of having to touch the disaster risk fund, something I know a lot of people do not want to happen. So what is the timeline for the Mental Health Institute? Also, why has the library not been demolished? And I also would like to know from the Prime Minister, what has the lessons learned of working with the NLPB over the last couple of years? And I don't mean it in a negative sense, right? It's just moving forward. Let's say they have another calamity and we have NRPB 2.0. God forbid that comes. What are the lessons that we learned this time? What are we taking into the next time? Because optimization, no matter good or bad, is always welcomed. And last question, last two questions. I'll keep it short, Madam Chair, through you. GB relief, what's going on? And the loan that was taken for the GB project, not GB project, for the generators. What were the exact conditions, and are the documents readily available for Parliament to peruse, whether confidential or not? And with that, I would like to thank Madam Chair for her indulgence, and that will be all for this round. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York, for your contribution to the discussion on the draft budget 2025. I see MP Otley at the desk and signing to speak. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have anything. I think you give me this the wrong way. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Prime Minister, his support staff, my honorable colleagues, the viewing and listening public. Today, as I look across from me, Madam Chair, I see ministers that are here to present a budget, or presented a budget. And out of all the ministers sitting there, I can say 2 ministers has been honest with the people of St. Martin. Minister ECYS and Minister Justice. Those were the only 2 ministers that started their presentation by saying, I am basically not in agreement with this budget, or the cuts in this budget stifles my productivity. Stifles my productivity. I saw an article by the Minister of Education stating that I will not support any more cuts to the budget of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports. Very, very important. We asked the Minister of Justice about crime, how we're going to combat crime, but yet the budget is cut. I saw yesterday the ministers, one of our only approach at this moment in this budget is CCTVs. And we are saying the minister, through you, Madam Chair, went quiet. She didn't go quiet. What she realized is in the beginning, she vowed to do a lot of things. And when you see this budget, through you, Madam Chair, what you vow can't even get started. Because what the government failed to realize is that although some of the implementations cannot be completed in 2020-25, there is something called a process, a legal process, where you can take finances, put towards the finalization of the process. We have some new ministers sitting across from us, Madam Chair, but in a short couple months, May, some of these ministers will be sitting here for 1 year. And I say this because time flies. Because the #1 song on the CD that keeps repeating is 4 years, 4 years, 4 years, 4 years. And 4 years is going to come very, very fast. But while we are so obsessed with 4 years, and we can all do better, all we are seeing is exemplifications of the last 4 years. I spoke about the cuts. And I know we're going to say personal facts, but it's not nothing against any name that I bring up right here. But we need to be cognizant of when we speak. And I look at the PFP faction through you, Madam Chair, and I say, Mr. Marcel Gums was there before 4 years. I look at the DP faction and I say, Honorable Chair Lady was there before 4 years. I look at MP Prime Minister. He was there before 4 years, through you, Madam Chair. I look at the Minister of Justice and say Franklin Myers was there before 4 years. And I look at the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and I can say Romain Lavelle was there before 4 years. St. Maarten didn't start 4 years ago. Because as I go through, I will show the progress of the past 4 years. Number one, a budget is presented that is identical to the 2024 budget. 90% identical. And then we're going to say we don't have time, we didn't have time, it was election. But then I look back and I look at during election, all the ministers had achievements. Everybody had a poster with achievements and what they accomplished. So you could have accomplished stuff before. Madam Chair, through you, I asked the Honorable Minister of Finance, does this budget reflect Marinka J. Gums? And the answer was yes, it does. Of course. Finance has a significant increase in the budget. Millions. Everyone else is struck millions. Of course. And when we talk about playing politics, whenever we state something that can help benefit the people of St. Maarten, not because I'm on this side of the bench, means I'm playing politics. My job is to see, my job is to converse, and my job is to bring things forward. I asked a specific question. I made a quote saying exactly what the Minister of Finance stated as it pertains to collecting tax revenues and focusing on collecting new revenues as opposed to chasing revenues of the past that you are not collecting. I didn't make that up. I read it verbatim. I didn't make that up. And the Honorable Minister of Finance came back and said, but it's different than GEBE, and GEBE can go belly up, and GEBE, if it's consequences, well, Madam Chair, through you, if the tax office goes belly up, the government goes belly up. Because this budget that we present, I said to the people of St. Maarten, this is your money. The Minister of Finance stated it. The people of St. Maarten is carrying this country on its back. Of course. Of course. That's what this budget is based on, Madam Chair. Taxation. And the reason that I scream and I beg and I ask for revenue-generating measures is that when you have revenue-generating measures, you decrease the burden on the people. If you do not have revenue-generating measures, you have no choice but to turn to taxation. I have listened to the government, and mind you, at this point, with little revenue-generating measures, they have no choice. But we hear vehicle tax, garbage tax, this tax, that tax, tax, the government of taxation. When I say relief, no, we have to research, we have to. Have an article from 2012, even yourself, Madam Chair, has been screaming for the relief for GEBE for seniors. I have an article with the Honorable Minister of TEAT. Her tariff 60. I don't know what changed. I don't know why it isn't respected. Even that I can say, okay, it's some sort of relief. Madam Chair, through you, I can ask for clarification. I would like to ask for clarification on the 10.9 million guilders increase under the budget post for the Minister of Finance, 4021 project and activities staff bureau. Because there's no mention of this in the elucidation. No mention in the elucidation. to achieve the goals of simplifying tax system and improving tax policy, the only financial elucidation is $100,000 for tax reform. What is the correct amount required for your tax reform vision in 2025 to you, Madam Chair? What is the outcome that the people can expect with this tax reform? We're saying money, let's go tax reform. What is, I have yet to have the breakdown of this tax reform. As you indicated, as Honorable Minister of Finance indicated, she is taking the lead in the tourist tax legislation. Then I hear the Minister of VSR speak about it through Madam Chair. Then I hear the Minister of TEAT. So I'd like to know who's taking the lead. And since the main revenue generating factor for this government is one that was created by the previous government, myself, so this is why I think it would have fallen with VSR, but I would like to know, since everyone is depending on it, each minister, have you read it? Have you read it? And if you have read it, I would like to see where an explanation on where your ministry can benefit from this tourist tax. Since it's so important, have you read it? You see, Madam Chair, to date, I have not received the requested signed agreement between the Minister of Finance and the Central Bank of Curacao St. Maarten stating that we have first right of refusal. I would like to humbly request this be submitted. We did? I see. Thank you. I stand corrected, and I can say publicly we have received it. Okay, I'll check with my staff. You see, Madam Chair, on page 37 in the two-lichting, a lot of the two-lichting we can see is a mere identical copy of the 2024 budget, which showed lack of vision. I see presentations and I see potential and plans and what we want to do and what we're going to do. And I say this, that I am glad that, because I know the realities of being in government. I know the reality of when you're not there, you think you can snap your finger and things can happen. I know the reality of exactly as I stated to the Honorable Minister of Justice, you can vow, and then when you realize that your budget is extremely cut or extremely skinned, it puts you in a bind. You see, Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister of Finance, through you, the very first meeting, I was so impressed. The Honorable Minister of Finance had me sold when she spoke about the Enya. Had me sold that the money can go elsewhere, the money can go here, this is the worst deal ever. And I even told the Honorable Minister of Finance, I have a brand new respect for you. And I really said that the Minister of Finance lived up to her campaign slogan and logo, Marinka, don't buckle. That's what I thought. Until then, we're here, pressured, sign the Enya, agree to the Enya, or else. And then we go for a work trip and come back and says, we have to deal with budget, because the Netherlands say we have to approve the budget to get this 75.6 million. And then the Netherlands say that we have to approve the Enya. And then now we're here today, Madam Chair, through you, with a budget that I know is rushed. And I said today, I'm disappointed. Because I thought, Marinka J. Gums don't buckle. But Marinka J. Gums, through you, Madam Chair, buckled so much in this short time that by next election, the logo will be a belt or a seat belt. This is just buckling. You know? Taxation. People need relief. Relief. I'm going to speak and I'm going to continue on it because a meeting was promised after the motion, my motion that was passed by Parliament, that the Chair of Parliament requested the government to come back with a realistic approach within 2 weeks. The meeting was not held. I listened to the last press briefing where the Honorable Prime Minister was being congratulated for having us stable back on the grid. And then yesterday, I don't know, it was proven that, yeah. See, we have to pull the wool from over the people's eyes. Not everything is political. And one thing when I was there, whether it's good, it's bad, you used to get a release from me. Because when you're in that seat, you're responsible whether it's good or it's bad. I have questions. I don't know. They'll have to decipher, Madam Chair, because when it comes to GB, I don't know who to relate it to, the AZ of Rummy, but we have questions. But to the Honorable Prime Minister, I have this question. Was there a bill submitted for the formation of government by a private entity? Was there a bill submitted for the formation or the drafting of the contracts or drafting of any for the formation of government? If so, how much? If not, it's okay. I see faces, but if not, it's not. Also, I asked the Honorable Prime Minister during the Central Committee meeting about GEBE, the 10 generators. When was the agreement signed and when was the deposit sent for purchasing? I also asked the Honorable Prime Minister, when did the board give a decision on such? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like a copy of the board's dated decision and a copy of the dated approval when this was approved and when the money was sent. Also, obviously, the 10 generators are still here, and yesterday we got kicked off of the grid, but I heard through the release, I saw through a release, and I heard in press briefing that the 10 generators will be returned soon. Is it safe to return these generators? Because we also see that 75.6 million, well, not see, because I didn't see it, heard that it's here. And I specifically remember standing here, Madam Chair, and saying, before receiving the funds, because we gave the approval to go and negotiate, before receiving the funds, please allow Parliament to be aware and please update me specifically on what are the contexts of the agreements. But now the money is here. Money is in the bank account. So what are the stipulations? We were just in Holland, together. Opposition and coalition, and all of us sang the same song. Conditions, conditions, conditions. So I'll be very much surprised if 75.6 million came with no conditions. Madam Chair, through you, can Honorable Prime Minister let me know when we can expect a response from BTP on the lowering of the fuel clause? Very much needed. To the Honorable Minister of Rummy, I realize that the presence of the Rummy staff is no longer there when it comes to road works. Say one, say two. Under the tenure of MP Durand, then Minister Durand, we used to see the presence of the Vromi staff when it comes to road works. Slight road works, of course, but they were there. What is the issue? What is your plan then? Maybe you have a bigger plan, but what is that plan? I have seen, this is not no story through you, Madam Chair, I have seen a car tire explode there in Bush Road with that hole. I have seen an accident right there on Pondfield with that crater, through you, Madam Chair. I have seen this. This is not someone telling me. It requires your urgent attention. And I say the one that is getting squeezed probably the most is the Ministry of Rummy, with this big lump sum of 75.6 million, because your big projects, through you, Madam Chair, your big projects have to be put on hold. Because there ain't no way $75.6 million is not going to affect, through you, Madam Chair, your projects. Madam Chair, through you, the priorities that were stated, the top 3 priorities: prison, Met Office, land purchasing. Previous government, previous government, previous government. Celebrate airport, celebrate the Carnival Village, celebrate hospital finally off the ground. Previous government, previous government, previous government. And the previous government wasn't perfect, far from perfect. But it seems that only the negativity make us remember the previous government. The historical LBAs that are being signed. I even looked at my colleague, MP Lyndon Lewis. But I can say, previous government. I saw the Honorable Minister of Justice with an article released, previous government. But one thing I must say, I agree with the Honorable MP Lyndon Lewis, is that the payment of the justice workers, because that is one thing. It was a process of the LBA that took us 3.5 years. And I know for a fact, when the decision came to pay in stages, that was a big issue. Now, Honorable Minister of Justice, I see that you have $6,500,000 allocated for a payment. So my question to you is the unions in agreement? Are the unions in agreement with such payment? I say this because, again, we can plan one thing through you, Madam Chair, but I have seen the reaction of the justice workers when told we are going to spread your payment throughout 10 years or how much ever. So if that discussion was not had, Honorable Minister of Justice, please have it immediately. Immediately. Don't just follow a blind budget. Under government land, Minister of Romy, what is your plans? I know it was the previous, our plans, where we were dealing with cemeteries and et cetera, and even housing possibilities. But what is your plan with the government land that is listed as a priority? I also noticed that mental health was not listed as a priority. We even received extra money in $14 million for it, but it's not listed as a priority or top 3. Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of TEAT, in the government's marketing and promotion efforts, how is it spent on radio promotion within the region? I say this because I listen to the radio, for instance, and I hear repeatedly Dominica's Carnival advertisement. I even hear Dominica's Creole Fest advertisements or Sinkit's advertisement. Do we do any of the sort? And if we don't, I think it's very, very important, because I'm hearing this Dominica ad so much, I could see myself there. So we need to, if we haven't, it's a good idea. Let's market, let's pay other radio stations. Come to St. Maarten, make St. Maarten your next destination. It works. It do work. Honorable Minister of TEAT, what is your thoughts on the tourist tax? Where do you see the Ministry of TEAT benefiting the most from the tourist tax? Because in the legislation that is there, again, the amount has to come to the government coffers. But the agreement within government, because we cannot take money to pay government bill, but agreement with government at the time was that a percentage of the money will go towards SZV. This was also discussed with the CFT and also approved with the CFT. Is this the same plan with the government? And that question can be for the Minister of ASI as well. Honorable Minister of Tayat, you gave a date, a restart date of January 2025 for the marketplace. I've been patient, I've been understanding. I look forward to this finally starting January 2025. See, through you, Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister of Tayat don't have to pass there almost every day, but we do. And those were the same cries that the Honorable Minister of Tayat used to give us over here, stating that she had to pass there every day. So she knows how it is. If something is wrong, state that it's wrong. If something needs to start over, say it that it needs to start over. The job entails the good and the bad. And I think with the government, we are too afraid to divulge the public what may be seemed or perceived as bad, because not everything that is perceived as bad is bad. I move to the Honorable Minister of VSI. Honorable Minister of VSI, I see that the minimum wage is increased. Congratulations. Again, I am very, very happy. I see that the pension has been increased. Congratulations. But it's just very funny, during election, MP Utley did it wrong. MP Utley did not do the minimum wage the correct way. The minimum wage is no good, it's no good, it's no good. Until I had a meeting with the Honorable Minister of Finance and I showed her where it was published in the Abbey. And today, the 48 cents or 46 cents that you increased by, through you, Madam Chair, is added to the 1040 that I brought it to. See, had I not taken that action April 1st, that 46 cents would have been added to 963. But today, we can rejoice. But I am happy, and kudos to the Honorable Minister of VSI, even though the announcement didn't come from you, through you, Madam Chair, for such. Madam Chair, I need to know the plans of the Honorable Minister to help SZV. So I ask you, through you, Madam Chair, about the health levy, tourist tax, to ensure that it's still the same. Because if you think, through you, Madam Chair, that any year was a crisis, try 50,000 persons. If we think 3,000 was a crisis, SZV has openly stated that they are expecting to lose 23 million this year. Openly stated. And stated before, I think it was 19 million last year that they lost. That is a problem. And we are ignoring the problem. And again, we can say, but you was there 4 years. Yes, that's why the health levy is drafted and ready. And I say health levy, and we are referring to a tourist tax. But I say that because the premise was to do such and save SZV. And the premise when we were there and the actions that were taken through you, Madam Chair, gave SZV not one, not two, but 3 positive reports, audit reports. So I pray that you continue such steps. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to touch on cannabis a little bit. And I send this to the Minister of Tayat and the Minister of VSI. Because the opium ordinance fall under you. But you cannot just go and legalize marijuana because, again, we need to do the studies, which will be paid by a company. We need to do the law for each and every ministry, which will be paid by a company. And we need tax assessments and all of these things. Yes, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair.
MP Utley, with your indulgence, allow me to adjourn just for 2 minutes. I'm just going to change chairs with the Vice Chair for a while.
Take me over zone.
No, you remember the topic you were on, so you could just pick it up right there. I'll adjourn for just 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned.
Old political trick, eh?
Good afternoon. I hereby reopen the meeting. MP Otley, before I give you the floor, you have 1 hour and 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the cannabis. You see, I see the Minister of TEAT who wants to facilitate cannabis. I need to make sure it's the Minister of TEAT because when MP York was reading certain things, I saw the reaction as if it wasn't. But the cannabis is a revenue-generating measure that adds to this country. I have stated before, I think when people hear cannabis legislation or RFP, they immediately start to think dispensaries and sales and locals. And again, and I said that it's a much tedious process that we have to go through. A legislative process that is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it has to be brought to the floor of Parliament, where Parliament can make any amendments that is... MPs. Come inside.
Members. Yeah, you may proceed, MP Otley.
Thank you. And it was stated that, again, I refer to Antigua. Antigua has projected in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, about 23 million for the year, and projected more each subsequent year. Again, St. Martin, we have to stop being afraid to modernize. Until other islands and countries do it, then we say, oh, we are left behind. We have the responsibility to do such. And then I turn to the Minister of VSI where he says we were in a court case. We are. And I don't blame you, Minister of VSI, I blame your predecessor. You know why I blame your predecessor? Because again, when we see cannabis, we get scared and we don't do our due diligence and what we need to do. Therefore, through you, Madam Chair, when the company wanted, and I can speak, wanted to see the bid, I said, we are not going to send you documents of other persons. You are invited to my office where we can sit with your legal, my legal, and go through the bid. I was told that after I left, there was a document sent whereby if the government does not respond, there'll be a price of $500 a day or even more. And today now you are faced with such. Yes. And I think that those communications need to be within the coalition because I'm seeing their faces a bit lost. So that we can be on the, so that you, through you, Madam Chair, can be on the same page when one speak of it, that is coming soon, they can understand on the back end. Again, no excuse. Why? Oh, because we don't agree with exclusivity. Honorable Minister of VSI. That's why I ask you, take your time and read. Have your staff read. If others don't or didn't, that's on them. I have the contract right here that was signed by my person, and exclusivity was removed. Exclusivity was removed. And if your predecessor took their time and not judge it but do the job, you wouldn't have been in this bind through you, Madam Chair. Exclusivity is not, go skim it through. It was previously in the non-signed version. Exclusivity was removed. I have it right here. Again, take your time and read. Madam Chair, it'll be remiss of me not to touch on the quademic. I put an article out stating that St. Martin is lagging behind in the response. And when I see the rest of the world, China, America, Aruba, Curacao, and all I was saying is that you have a job to do, Honorable Minister of VSI, through you, Madam Chair. I'll close my paper for this one. And instead of doing that job, you allowed whoever to coax you into responding through you, Madam Chair, to me, and not giving the people of St. Martin the proper information that was needed. The article had no substantiation because I'm not fear-mongering, because I'm talking about the reality. And in case you did not read on the quademic, through you, Madam Chair, influenza, respiratory virus, HMPV, norovirus. What does this mean? These 4 elements, and I looked at the Honorable Prime Minister, are viewed as what? An epidemic. Recent release has shown France and its territories has viewed the influenza, labeled the influenza virus an official epidemic. And then I read your article and it says, oh, don't worry, and we're fear-mongering, it's just the influenza. Data has shown that the influenza flu has killed more persons than the COVID-19. How dare them allow you, Honorable Minister of Finance, VSI, to say it's just the influenza, through you, Madam Chair. Because I have spoken to a couple MPs in here. One have norovirus, one have the flu, one have respiratory. And it's going around. And while we may not see hospitalizations, but I don't have access to that. I don't have access to that. My only way to get access to that through you, Madam Chair, is to ask you. Because I personally know persons who are on antibiotic. And I say plural, more than one, more than two. They were so sick, they ended up on antibiotics. We have learned, we should have learned from COVID-19, because I sat right here, March, April 2020, when we were just learning about COVID, and the rest of the world were already facing it. And everyone through you, Madam Chair, was saying, by in December, I know someone that was sick bad. I know someone that was mashed up bad. I know someone, but nobody was dying then. And all I'm saying is that your job is preparedness over disaster. That is your job, and and if the other countries are taking precautionary measures, what are you doing? And if you are doing, I am saying, notify the public. Have you reached out to the French territories? See, I see that you shake your head yes through you, Madam Chair. Again, we don't know. I know that there's a saying, new chair, new rules. And then there's a saying, new minister, new rules. Because things have changed drastically in the ministry, depending on who goes in there. And I have spoken to you, through you, Madam Chair, about ensuring that VSI gets its priority, because I am seeing a lot of things that I was working on that every minister is speaking on, and you are silently letting it slip away. Silently letting it slip away. Through you, Madam Chair. Don't worry, I know you are. So again, I just spoke about the legal issue within the cannabis. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, clarify to me. Maybe I was wrong, maybe I don't know the correct amount. Clarify to me the legal issue, through you, Madam Chair, on the cannabis. Again, you just got in. I asked, through you, Madam Chair, on your thoughts on the SAHA. I still await that response on the SAHA. Did you read the SAHA? There's a lot of legislations that I left on your desk. And I say your desk through you, Madam Chair, because it was there when I left. There's even the SFA 1B legislation as it pertains to taxi drivers, sole proprietors, all of them being able to receive insurance. The formalization, even the formalization of travel medical. Because based on the legislation, we're only supposed to go to Curacao. The insurance process for 62 plus, that's why when persons, through you, Madam Chair, go to the government and ask for pay cards, they get denied. Because it's not a formal legislation. We do it on a humanitarian basis. Well, I used to do it on a humanitarian basis, and now you, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chair, is doing it on a humanitarian basis. All of that was in the SFA 1B. And that legislation was already sent to the Council of Advice. So now you need your NADA report, and then we can get the ball rolling. That's how far it was, Minister. An immediate win. Immediate win for yourself. Well, if others didn't want to do it, you can, through you, Madam Chair. But if you don't, I will, through you, Madam Chair, from right here in Parliament. Because it's already drafted and already ready to go. So at this budget debate, I'm giving you the courtesy, through you, Madam Chair, to do what you need to do. It already went to the Council of Advice. Honorable Minister of TEAT, I would like to refer to an article that I saw pertaining to the EDC. And I will say, Honorable Minister of TEAT, if such allegations are true, then you need to take a necessary course of action. But I also do know that there have been discussions. I also do know that according to the individuals, because I reached out, and they have email trails for May, June, July, August, September, to have a meeting with the Honorable Minister of TEAT. Again, regardless of who, regardless of what, proper jurisprudence or proper investigation will have to take place. And if it's so, it's so. But if it's not, Honorable Minister of TEAT, ensure that the same way that it was publicized, it is also publicized that it's not. I will never stand here through you, Honorable Chair, and try to deter you from doing your job, Honorable Minister of TEAT. Never. So I just wanted to make that clear here on the floor of Parliament today. That'll be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. To which other member of Parliament can I give the floor? I'm not seeing that anyone else wrote their name on the speakers list. MP Irian is signing in to speak. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Hey, that's why he's my second favorite MP. Thank you to the Minister of VSR. Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair, referred colleague MPs, the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers, support staff. Good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, when I look at the budget and you follow the direction of the ministers, I feel like the only minister, or not the only, one of the few ministers that got the memo on what the budget was supposed to look like would be, in this case, the Prime Minister. Madam Chair, the Minister of Finance, not only now, but also in the CC, mentioned that this budget it doesn't have any new policies. Some even alluded to it, some MPs of the coalition even alluded to it being the exact same budget as 2024. But to my knowledge, we're in 2025. So why do we have a budget that replicates the exact same budget of 2024? When we look at budget debates in the region, so not just next door, so when we look at budget debates in the region, the government or the sitting party, that budget debate, it brings hope to the population. It lets the people know exactly what they can expect for the year. It deals with the ills and the current issues that the people have questions to. Again, it was stated that no new policies will be in the budget. But when we look at the budget, and we look at, for example, and again, I'll go back to that of the Prime Minister was clear. 8 million guilders for this department, and this is how it's going to be spent, and this is our plans with this 8 million guilders. And similar to what my colleague MP York said, Prime Minister, you will have to get some type of synergy, because it can't be that every minister coming inside with a different concept of how to do the budget. Because, again, the Minister of Finance mentioned, amendment is coming. If an amendment is coming, why does the Ministry of Rummy have in their presentation revenue generating aspects of their budget? Initiatives, land tipping fees. Is that something that you're going to execute in 2025? If so, why is the revenue not reflected in the budget? Again, Rummy, waste management fees and taxes, new taxes. The minister said, and this government said, it's unrealistic for us because we had tourism tax in the budget. That's why the budget was unrealistic. But the Ministry of Rumby, what do you put in your presentation? Waste management fees and taxes. So is this budget then unrealistic if they plan to do taxes for 2025 but don't include it in the budget? Prime Minister, to you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Rummy talks about an environment impact fund. Again, where, to you, Madam Chair, I'm asking the Minister of Rummy, where in the budget 2025 can we see these initiatives? To you, Madam Chair, I'm asking the Minister of Finance, where in the budget 2025 is any of these revenue-generating measures reflected in the budget? Because as the young people say, they say these days, it feels as if the majority of this government is just gaslighting us. MP York mentioned that we like to put out articles and say what we're going to do and have all these plans, but then when it comes to it in reality, we're not going to execute. The marketplace was mentioned in August, saying that it would be ready in December, or be in February. To come to find out that there wasn't a building permit. So that means in August we already knew it was not going to be executed. The Ministry of Rummy mentions an SLA for road maintenance. Okay, so that then there'll be a reduction in the cost, but in the budget, there's no reduction. Again, through you, Madam Chair, I would like confirmation from the Ministry of Rummy, the Ministry of Finance, and even the Prime Minister. Where are these revenue-generating measures that the ministry mentioned? Again, going back to the presentation of the Prime Minister, clear. This is our budget, this is the budgeted amount, and this is what we plan to execute within that amount. I would even have liked for a little bit more detail going forward, but at the end of the day, it was factual. The presentations today, Madam Chair, or yesterday, does not reflect budget 2025. It reflects hopes and wishes, wants, but no type of money to execute. We go back to the comments by the Ministry of Finance, overflight fees. the cost, the revenue generation, but it's not reflected in the budget. It's not. Hopes, wants, and dreams. These are topics, whenever this government decides to bring an amendment, then I could expect to see those in the presentation. Why bring these things in the budget 2025 when we already said it's not going to be there? On that note, Madam Chair, I'd also like to know, when can we expect this amendment? Seemingly there's a lot of wants and wishes, a lot of revenue generation. When can we expect this budget amendment that then, I guess, would reflect these revenue generating measures? When we look at the presentations, I see that, for example, in the CAPEX, we have the land purchase, because a few members in here like to go back and talk about the previous administration, which I agree, because the previous administration brought the capital expenditures, the money to the country for the land purchase that's currently in the budget 2025. They also brought the money for Dutch Water that's now currently in 2025. They brought the purchase of vehicles for Vrummy, which is also in 2025. The vessel for Vrummy, which is also from the previous administration. The land of 80 million guilders, that was also from the previous administration. The hard surfacing of road, which was no surprise there, also from the previous administration. So my question is, what is the plans of this current government? What are their ideas? What do they want to execute? I saw an interview from the Ministry of Vrummy, the Minister of Vrummy, where he was excited to talk about the construction of a bird watch in the pond. That money that's on the CAPEX to do that was also, and the vision was also from the previous Minister of Vrummy. That was his vision. What is the vision of the current ministers, each one of you? Because everything in this budget just reflects the vision of the previous administration. The chair of Parliament and the CC mentioned that she wants Parliament to come together and find ways to generate money to help the government. And I understand her concerns, but I don't think that her concerns match that of the government, the executing branch. Because no matter what ideas come from MP Otley, MP York, myself, they're not taken up anyway. So I don't necessarily believe that the wishes of maybe the MPs in Parliament of the coalition match that of the executing branch. Every interview I hear from the ministers or articles that come out, it mentions, yes, but we don't have money. Or even persons that go to the ministers and ask for certain things, almost every answer from every minister or every email that comes out is, we don't have money, we don't have money, we don't have money. But then I have to question if this government actually wants to generate revenue. Because when I have to hear comments or concerns by MP York about the government waiving casino and lottery fees of over 10 million guilders, or dollars, sorry, then do you really want to generate revenue? And how come it's always the bigger companies that get away with this? How come it's always the companies that actually probably cause the most harm to our society get away with this? So my question now to the Minister of Finance, Prime Minister, and also the Minister of TIAT. Are we also going to look to waive fees? Now, first of all, can we get a direct answer? Were any fees waived from any casinos or any lottery companies? Are there plans to waive any fees from casinos or lottery companies? And last time in the budget amendment, as soon as we talked about casinos and lotteries, I get messages one time say, you can't talk about them. And I'm like, it shows exactly who the masters are of certain individuals here. Because as soon as you question certain things, it becomes, no, we can't talk about our donors. We will defend them at all costs. So again, very direct, are there any plans to waive fees for casinos and lotteries, or has this already been done? And if it was done, I would like to know if it was approved by the current Council of Ministers or the previous one. Did it go through that process? And if it was done, what years was it done for? If it was done, what years it was done for? And is there a possibility then that companies that have a backlog in their business license can they not also be waived also? Because I'm pretty sure that there are also companies that are asking for to waive their fees for, let's say, the time of after Hurricane Irma. Is there any possibility to waive their fees? Madam Chair, when we look at budgets, budgets typically reflect the time, the moment. After, let's say, Hurricane Irma, that budget was how we're going to come back and build back strong after Irma. The pandemic budgets reflected the pandemics. The budget of 2025, I have no idea what it represents, because it does not tackle our current issues. You know, in the last couple of weeks, and I enjoyed the direct information from the Ministry of Justice, the presentation, but what I lacked from the minister, I would say, in the last couple of weeks, is a little bit more public attention and concern to what was going on. Every other day, there's some incident on the road. In none of the presentations today tackled our daily issues, our simple daily issues. I think MP De Weaver kind of touched on that. Yes, we're focusing on tourism, but at the end of the day, I have to live here. Not tourists only don't have to enjoy St. Maarten. I also have to live here. If you go on any of the big groups on Facebook, the XML bus, or even the local groups, the buy-sell trades, there are persons every day worrying about their own lives. And it's not a battle of, let's say, scooters and persons driving cars. It's about what is government going to do to address these concerns. Because for every incident that we see that shows up in the media of an accident or a theft, there's probably 5 more that happen on that same day. There's probably 5 more that happen on that same day. There's a lot of reports that don't make it to the public. In the past, for example, TIAT would have, and let's touch on traffic, for example. In the past, TIAT would have their controllers supporting the Ministry of Justice to control traffic. In the presentations today, yesterday, I didn't see anything supporting, as I mentioned, our current issues. I would have loved to hear, hey, you know what? At these peak hours, we will have police presence at the roundabout by Bellevue. We're going to have a police presence on a daily at particular school districts. We're going to have police presence at these certain locations where we know, right, have high areas of traffic congestion and persons maybe not abiding by traffic laws. When we look at what the island looks like, I listened to the Prime Minister's, through you, Madam Chair, I listened to the Prime Minister's, because only two ministers showed up to the press briefing for the opening of the year, so I didn't get to hear from the others. And he mentioned in his remarks stating, you know, he sees and he feels the optimism of the people, a shift in the people in the optimism. And I don't know the bubble or the person the Prime Minister hangs around, but there was definitely a lot less optimism in the last 3 or 4 months than previously. Every single day, I see people complaining about garbage. Every single day. Every single day. This is honestly the worst it has been since I came back home to St. Maarten after college. That's 10 years. It's the worst it has been. But when I look at the budget, we rush and we fight to get money to give to GB, for example. But there's nothing inside this budget that's going to fix the garbage situation. The minister presented nothing in his presentation to deal with our current situations, because the minister didn't present any capex to say, listen, we have, our population consists of this amount of people. We know that our population has increased since X amount of years. We know that persons are ordering a lot more products, right? We know persons are consuming a lot more. So we can't just blame the garbage haulers because they are trying their best, but we don't have enough garbage bins. But there's nothing in this budget, right, that says, hey, we're going to buy garbage bins. What I did here was, for the Ministry of TIAT, that they are going to buy garbage bins for Phillipsburg only. Phillipsburg only. So again, we focus on tourism, but the residents of St. Maarten that are feeling the impact every day, we are left out. Where in this budget reflects how the ministry is going to deal with the garbage situation? Nowhere. When we look at continuing with the Ministry of Rummy, the minister mentioned that he will be working on clearing up the backlog in domain affairs. And that's interesting because in the CC, we clearly asked these questions. And I asked the minister at that time, which I'll ask the question again, how much, so in terms of value, each top offender for government, for Rummy, in terms of long lease owed, how much is the top 15? So we have, in the past, we had this. So we know X amount of entities owes government this amount, and then we set up a task force to go and tackle this to collect the revenues. But in the first couple of months, we collected, I believe, 3 million guilders in back and revenues owed. I know that the former chief of staff had this task force dismantled, but since the dismantling, the collection of these fees has decreased significantly. I think, I'm not even sure they have started a process. So I'm going to ask the question again to the Minister of Rummy. How much in value is the top 15 offenders that owes us money for your backlog? Because what are you cleaning up if you don't have this information? We speak of data-driven, but what is the data then? How can you clean up if you don't have the data? The minister also showed in his, he also mentioned in his presentation he would need to get, in this junior CC, that he would need to get information from the receiver's office. It's a few months removed since then, so Minister, through you, Madam Chair, have you gotten the information from the receiver's office to be able to calculate or know the backlog to deal with? In the presentation, the minister mentioned that they will also be dealing with the backlog of permits. So what is the total backlog of the permits, and what is the value in terms of funds to government for that backlog? And the reason why I'm asking these questions is because that is a budget-related question. I am trying to help the government get revenue so they can execute their projects. So again, if you're just saying we're going to deal with the backlog, let's deal with the most important aspects first. So what is the total value of the backlogs that we can expect from the permits department? And how is the ministry expect to clear up this backlog? Because when I look at the budget, the FTEs are not there. So are you going to hire more persons? But how are you going to hire more persons if the FTEs are not budgeted for? So I would like a real detailed plan of explanation of how do you plan to deal with the backlog of the permits? Because I know that the department tries their best. They're short-staffed more than likely. So what is your plan to help support the staff to be able to execute and getting this backlog done? Minister, is there any, or has there been any new construction in the Lagoon area? So did you approve any building permits for any kind of construction in the Lagoon area? And I have to talk about this again because I've heard you mention it. I've heard your colleagues mention this when you were MPs. I see it a lot on Facebook. Will there be, by you or your ministry, any construction pause in 2025? Can we expect a slowdown in construction in 2025? Or is there a plan for any construction pause in 2026? So is that part of your vision, Minister? Is it part of your vision to implement any sort of a construction pause? The minister and the CC also talked about the side road projects and drainage and how important drainage is, and in 2025 we will execute drainage. Where in the budget, Minister? Give me the line item, a CapEx, anywhere. Where in this budget will drainage be addressed? Because on radio and interviews we mention it consistently, but where in this budget is it addressed? Which line item?
MP, just a friendly reminder to talk through the chair, please.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
That's why I said ministry. So again, where is the drainage situation being addressed by the ministry? And I saw maybe a little bit of shade being thrown by in the previous CC regarding the side road projects or the hard surfacing of all the dirt roads. And that was the vision of myself and the former Minister of Rummy to say, hey, we are a tourist destination, and we also want to create more value for our people. We want to take all dirt roads and make them into, at the very least, concrete roads. And you know who went ahead and followed us? Anguilla, right? If you look at the Minister of Anguilla, Mr. Hayden Hughes, one of his main things that he promotes right now is no dirt road in Anguilla be left unturned. Every dirt road in Anguilla will be hard surface, and they are ramping that project up, And for me is, why do we always have to be second best? We came up with this vision, let's execute. I see that the Minister of TIAT announced the Soul Beach Jazz Festival, and I support initiatives that bring more tourists to the island, especially initiatives that try to bring tourism to our low season, so from May up until October. Based on information that I have, is that Aruba had to pay about a few million to secure the festival upfront every year. Does the government of St. Maarten, to be able to secure the festival, have to secure any upfront funds and pay it out? I see a smile, so I'm assuming it's so. Does the government of St. Maarten have to secure any couple of millions or any amount of money up front to secure this festival? And if so, how much? Because in this budget, and again, based on the information that I have from Aruba, I'm assuming that St. Maarten will be very close to the amount. It's not reflected in this budget. In this budget, I don't see so big reflected. So I would like to know from the Minister of Finance and the Minister of TIAT the amount needed to be secured for Soul Beach, and where exactly are these funds coming from? I would also like to know, why did Aruba government, and also I looked at their information from Aruba Tourism Authority, why did they not support Soul Beach anymore? So what is the reason why they say, you know what, after 24 years, we don't really want to do this anymore? I think it's also good for us to know. Again, I'm all for initiatives that bring more tourism. And Minister, I would like to know, as I mentioned, where it's budgeted, and I would like to know which line item exactly, specifically, I could find the monies for Soul Beach. And as I mentioned, I'm for new initiatives, but it cannot be when it comes to, for example, teachers, and to pay teachers or school boards, we say, hey, we have to wait until the budget is approved. We have to wait until the budget is approved to be able to pay out. But for anybody that's not local, we're going to find the money, we're going to find ways without the budget being approved to pay them out. We're going to find the money. We're going to find the 2 million, 3 million, 4 million guilders to pay anybody else that's not in St. Maarten to pay them out. So we can find monies that's not budgeted for 2025 or 2024 for a foreign entity, but we can't find the money or the means or the ways of the budget to pay teachers or the police because it's not budgeted. So I would like also, in whatever way or manner, right, that we are finding the funds for Soul Beach and executing the upfront payment to them, that we don't wait until the budget, this budget is approved. We go and we pay the teachers now. If we are, and have, let me ask another question. Have we already paid Soul Beach? Have we already paid any cent to Soul Beach? Good. Before any funds are transferred to Soul Beach, please let's transfer the funds to the school boards. And whatever way we're going to fix Soul Beach, we're going to do the same thing for the school boards, however we do it. And when the officers need their payment in a couple of months, right, we're going to find the same way. We're going to do the same thing. A rule for one, especially one that does not live on St. Maarten, should be a rule for all. Minister, I would also like to have an overview of the projects planned for 2025 and to highlight which ones are taken up in the budget and which ones are not. As I asked before, I don't know if he was here, what is the position of the Minister of waiving fees of persons that have dated business licenses? And Minister, I don't know if it falls under you or the Minister of Finance or the Minister of the Prime Minister, because when we were there, the Minister of Finance took the initiative of this project. So the question now goes to all three of you. The enterprise support project that falls under the NRPB. Since October, they have been on a go-slow, not accepting any new applications, and they keep extending the go-slow every month. But we also know that it's closing, the project is closing. So every month that you don't accept new candidates means more entrepreneurs can't get into the project. So is the end date since March, or will it be extended since they have not been accepting applications? So is the end date still going to be March, or will they extend it since they have not been accepting applications? I believe this is a great program to help small businesses, so the government does it have any plans, or does the government have any plans to start a similar program to ESP since these delays are happening? Because there are a lot of persons that are still wants to be in a similar program. What are the reflow funds from this program? So the money has gone out to businesses, they are paying. What are the reflow plans from this project? I would hope that that money goes back to a similar project that supports small, micro, and medium businesses. Because I heard discussions about the reflows from the airport, but I haven't heard any discussions of the reflows from the ESP project. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to know from the government, in particular the Prime Minister, is there any update on the shareholder rep? So, which ministers right now are in charge of what ministries? We didn't get any updates on that in the presentation. So is there any updates on the shareholder rep? So is everything still under the Council of Ministers, or have we now divided that among the ministers? And is it still a plan to divide it among the ministers? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister, can we get a proper update and timeline on the BRA legislation? Prime Minister, to you, Madam Chair, the civil servants have concerns with the new scoring system. and maybe I should ask first, let me confirm, is there a new scoring system when it comes to HR? Based on this document, a civil servant needs a score of 80% on the evaluation to get an increment. Meanwhile, the scores for each assignment are from 0 to 4. So even if someone gets a 3 or 3s for all the evaluations, that would mean that you only get up to 75%. And will not get an increment. So you work very hard, but we make it almost now in the current system for 2025, almost impossible to get an increment. I personally believe the score needs to be adjusted immediately to 70%. We are basically giving more opportunities to fail than to pass. And it's very difficult for civil servants. We already basically don't get a lot of rewards. We definitely don't get a lot of benefits compared to the private sector. So having this system will be really detrimental to the psyche of our civil servants. We are basically making it almost impossible also to get a bonus unless it's through favoritism. We have a high turnover rate of civil servants already, especially as of recently, even the younger civil servants. So I would really hope that the Prime Minister reassesses this new scoring system, actually we put it on pause and adjust it to 70%. I know the previous Prime Minister actually had plans to get of it totally. I don't think that the current HR cycle evaluation system is, she didn't either, is robust or an effective system that promotes innovation or even helps to motivate civil servants. In addition to that, we've also added in a poor performance. So not just only needs improvement, we've now added another negative, which is poor performance. So we're now giving the supervisors more options for their staff to fail than actually grow and be promoted. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like for the Prime Minister also look at the consequences or clarify what are the consequences for poor performance and needs improvement, because there's no difference besides the name and it's basically a redundant position within the document. Madam Chair, in the presentation through you, the Minister of Finance mentioned that part of the vision is to actually, something else that we brought up was the tourism tax is estimated to be about 80 million guilders. And the minister mentioned that it's very important because this would then allow us to be able to potentially reduce wage tax. But it's only 80 million guilders. So what percentage is the minister looking to reduce wage tax? And again, why are we mentioning things in the budget or the presentation that are not reflected in 2025? Because if that's the intention, then where do we see this in the budget? Wage tax was 174 million guilders. Tourism tax is estimated to be 80 million guilders. That, for me, is not a significant reduction in wage tax, but I'll leave it up to the minister to be very specific on the percentage drop if the tourist tax comes into play. And would that mean that with this budget in 2025, we can expect a wage tax reduction? I want a very clear answer. Are we going to get a wage tax reduction in 2025? I don't see how, based on this budget and being there in that position, how this, not even for the next 3-4 months, how this budget is going to deal with the backlog of payments that the government has to make. I don't see it. So I'm going to ask the minister, through you, Madam Chair, what other plans are there? Because based on the presentation, the minister mentioned airport flyover fees. What is the estimated amount of the airport flyover fees? And is this reflected in the budget? Is there any plans? Because I don't see the vision, so I think it's going to become very simple. Is there any plans, through you, Madam Chair, by this government or the Ministry of Finance, to increase TOT? Is there any plans by this government, Minister of Finance, to increase TOT? And if so, by how much? And if so, by how much? Madam Chair, the minister also mentioned that part of the cost savings for government would be dealing with the vehicles of government, among others, but the minister would not address this until the data comes in, so she has the right data to execute. But minister, and I wanted to give this in advance, I'll pass this SG to the chair for me, please. Madam Chair, so what I just gave you, a pass to you, was what we did what I started then in 2020, 2021, I believe up until 2022, and the data is still there. Every single month, every vehicle, we went over from a gas bomb book over to a card for every government vehicle. So the data is already there for the minister to be able to say, hey, we can track the vehicles usage. And what we did was every week in the Council of Ministers, I would provide this report to the Council on the data usage per ministry, per department, per vehicle. That's how deep we would go and dive in. And then every quarter, I would even question, and I'd say, hey, Ministry of General Affairs, I see that in February of 2021, we had vehicles using X amount of gas, and now it has doubled. Explain to me why we are using more gas. What are you doing as a ministry that we are now using more gas than this time? And what we realized is that because we had this accountability done every single month, that persons were more aware of not abusing the vehicles. You see cars on the front side every week, right? So why is one, for example, we had one vehicle in one department that would have almost 5 times the amount more gas being spent than another vehicle. Without this data, there's no accountability. So if we really want to save money, we can't say we're not going to do everything the previous government did because we want something new when it's already there. What we also did was
Members, okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we also did was, in 2020, and what you're currently dealing with, we went from postpaid phones, we cut everybody's phones, except for ministers at that time, we went over to prepaid phones. And then that data was also there. And so I don't know what data the minister is waiting on, but we also have that usage per ministry, per department, per individual. And what we would do is say, listen, we see that we top up your phone for $200 every month, but you only use 50%. So we're now going to reduce that amount to X amount. That data is already there. We worked in collaboration with the Ministry of TIAT, the Statistics Department, that helped us create this data.
MP, sorry for cutting you off. Members, please a reminder, we're public, and let's give the member the respect so that he can properly communicate. It's a little loud. MP, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, it can't be that everything that last government did, we're going to try to do something new to waste time, whereas this information is already there, and you have the Minister of TIAT next to you to be able to execute through the State Department. Minister, what I also realize is, through you, Madam Chair, that this government, it's basically 7 islands sitting before us, fighting for attention. If you look at different articles that comes out, we have the Minister of Finance, the Minister of TIAT, who's fixing the auditorium. So on the issue of the sports department, we saw a tender come out for that. We have the Minister of Finance that is dealing with digital archiving, which falls under the Ministry of General Affairs. We have the Minister of TIAT, who is working on cannabis, which was initially started and pushed by the Minister of VSR. We have the Prime Minister fixing roads and building houses. So sometimes I'm very confused on what is the responsibility of which minister, because there's so much overlap, right? And what happens is that the public gets confused even. And there's, again, but when we go back to the budget, we see none of this. The Prime Minister mentioned that he's spearheading fixing of roads and building houses, but nowhere in the budget you can see this reflected, nowhere. And why is the Prime Minister focused on fixing houses and roads and the Minister of Rami should be doing that? Going back to the Minister of Finance, the Minister, and I applaud her efforts, the Minister mentioned that she's going to look, the ministry is going to basically deal with no more auctions and no more liens until or unless proper information comes to be able to say, hey, we're going to do as much as possible, give as much chances as possible before we do an auction or a lien. But I just want to confirm, through you, Madam Chair, isn't this already the case? From what I understand is the tax office, the first time they assess and they deal with the taxpayers receiving a dagtekening. The second attempt, it takes about 2 months for an armbanning. And the third attempt, after 2 months, another reminder is sent via the marshals. And if they don't hear from them in a fourth attempt, then they put up a beslag on the property, et cetera, et cetera. So isn't there already a system in place to deal with auctions and backlogs? And I can understand that the minister wants to create her own policy, which I applaud. But then, Minister, clarification to the public, because now persons are already messaging me because of the farm position of, hey, I heard the minister say, no more auctions, no more liens, so I'm not going to pay. Good. Is the minister going to instruct the tax office to put a halt on all auctions or liens for the rest of 2025 until the policy that you mentioned in your presentation is drafted? Because I think it'd be very unfair for certain individuals in the first quarter of the year, second quarter of the year, to not have this luxury, but then the policy comes out, and then the other half gets it. So is the minister, I would like clarification for those listening, the listening audience, is the minister going to, maybe this week already, instruct the tax office that no auctions or liens will be executed for 2025, and a public campaign, an article, a press release goes out to the public so that they are aware that this will not happen? And when that does happen, how does that affect government's revenue? How do you see that affecting government's revenue? I also saw no update from the minister regarding the not filing of taxes, something that came up in the CC. The chair of Parliament, MP Westcott, also had a suggestion, but in your presentation, I saw no updates. It's soon filing season, and we need to be clear from the ministry about the non-filing of taxes for individuals. Are we going to see a campaign or explanation about this? Because again, since it came out, and I see a couple of articles came out about it, can we get a clear indication about this? Again, how is this affecting government's revenue? Madam Chair, again, going back to my initial comment, it was very clear to us as a public, as a parliament, that this budget reflects 2024, which I don't agree with. I think the budget should reflect 2025. The reason why we supported 2024, because we were in 2024 in the amendment. The budget does not reflect the vision of this government. The budget does not deal with the current issues of the people of St. Maarten. It does not deal with traffic. It does not deal with justice. It does not deal with, let's say, MP York mentioned the under the garage, under the tree garages. It doesn't deal with the small man, but what it does deal with is giving the ones that can afford more opportunities. I hope to see some type of proper answers from the ministers, but especially the Prime Minister, on why we see presentations today with hopes and wishes and not a presentation that reflects your own as the leader of the Council of Ministers. Why are we seeing things that are not reflected in the budget? Are we just gaslighting the people? Madam Chair, that'll be all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. I will now adjourn the meeting so that the chair lady can return to her seat. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes.
Here she is.
Where is Eden? Oh, okay. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the Council of Ministers, support staff.